Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and welcome to this afternoon's coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series at the Dover Motor Speedway for the running of the Wurth 400. And today we have an interesting one. It is the 11th round of the NASCAR Cup Series season, and we are a little over a half hour away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. So we are going to begin our pre-race coverage right here on the channel. Going to go through the drivers who I think are going to run well, maybe struggle in this race here today, and eventually give you my win pick for who I think will go to victory lane. So far, 1-for-1 this weekend after picking Ryan Truex to win the Dover race yesterday. We'll see if I can get the sweep. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. If you are new, we are live every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Cup Series, NASCAR Xfinity Series, and NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series races, as well as we are also live for NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying sessions all throughout the season. So far, 2 streams down in the books, both yesterday with the practice and qualifying stream grouped into one for the Dover Cup Series action in the morning, and then yesterday afternoon with the Xfinity Series race, a wild one to say the least. Rain implications in that one. And again, congratulations to Ryan Truex for getting the race win. As far as today's race goes, 400 laps, 400 miles around this 1-mile racetrack, the Monster Mile at that. And I'm going to just kind of go through my fantasy team. I don't usually say who I have on my fantasy team before the stream starts, but I'll do the predictions a little bit differently here this week. I'll go through the guys on my fantasy team, why I have them on my team, and kind of judge based off of that. And then I'll go through each head-to-head matchup as well individually. If you are not in the fantasy league, you can definitely join. I highly recommend it because you got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. You go to the NASCAR.com mobile app the NASCAR mobile app or the NASCAR.com website. I'll go to the website real quick and kind of show you on screen where you can go. I'm not going to have my actual fantasy team on this for you guys to see visually, but as you see on NASCAR.com, there's a quick links section at the top of the screen. There's a tab that says Fantasy Live. You'll click on that, and then when you go to create your league or create your team, you only need your email. It is free to join. And then when you search for the league to join, under the search bar, it'll be KRC League, KRC and all caps space, and then a capital L on League. I'll put that in the chat real quick. And we will go over those point standings for the Fantasy League and update you guys how that's working. Because, again, get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you choose. And if you're not in the league already, you obviously can't win the regular season championship now that we're in the 11th race of the season here in just a little less than a half hour from now. We'll be racing here today. But as far as the playoffs go, the points completely reset. So if you're in the league when the playoffs begin, again, you will be able to check that out there. You'll be in the league. You'll have a good understanding of how the points exactly work. You pick 5 drivers every week. You can't pick the same driver more than 10 times over the course of the regular season. And then when the playoffs start, I think you can't pick the driver more than 5 times. So in those final 10 races. As far as my team goes, I had it up on my screen, and because I just backed out. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were going to go over the point standings first, actually. So now I got to log back into my fantasy on my phone. I won't be able to show you guys visually, but I'll read off the top 5 and the point standings coming into today. Again, this is the 11th race of the season. So after today concludes, we'll still have 15 races left in the regular season. Hard to believe we're almost halfway through the NASCAR regular season already. And halfway through this fantasy league. So Monster Jam X10 currently leading the way, and I think he's led for about 4 or 5 consecutive weeks now with 2,021 points. It's a pretty narrow points lead over Troy the Great, who sits in second with 1,944 points. So a little under a 90-point cushion for Monster Jam X10. Looks like 83 points is the difference between those two teams at the top. Frank T26 is sitting in 3rd place with 1931, only an extra 13 points behind Troy the Great, so he is also only 90 points out of first. I should say 73 points out of first, by the way, for Troy the Great, and then 90 points out of first would be Frank T26. Hercules Harrigan with 1,861 points sits in 4th, and then Dale 30 is in 5th, rounding out our top 5 at 1,829. I'm in 10th place right now, just rounding out the top 10 at 1,777, and our defending regular season and playoff champion, Inside Uranus, is 9th in points just ahead of me with 1,788 points. So still relatively tight early in the season. Things have definitely started to spread apart after Talladega last week, I noticed in the point standings. So we're starting to get down to the final pretty much dozen or so that are going to be actually competing for the championship throughout the summer months. On my team this week, and the reasons who I have for these drivers to be on my team this week, and I think will run well, compete for top 10 finishes. We're going to start off with the pole sitter, Kyle Busch at Dover. And I know Kyle Busch and RCR has not been great on the shorter racetracks this season, but they have speed this weekend. They qualified well. Kyle Busch was 12th fastest in practice. He had decent long run speed. And again, he qualified on the pole despite being the 10th fastest driver of the 10 in that final round in the first round of qualifying. They requalified. He put up a fast lap. He had the only pickup, actually, of any driver from round 1 to round 2 in qualifying. Some of that might have been a clean racetrack. But speaking of clean racetrack, starting up at the front, having the clean air, having the pit stall selection, that will come in handy for Kyle Busch. He started on the up towards the front of this race last year, was leading early, and then had a pit road penalty. If he minimizes the mistakes in the pits, I think he's going to have a good day. So I've got Kyle Busch on my fantasy team. I've only used him 2 times this year, too, so it's a good week to finally use him again. Another driver who I've actually only used 2 times this year, and this is probably why I'm 10th on the point standings, is because this guy's actually second in the regular season standings. That would be Martin Truex Jr. He hasn't won a race yet this season, but obviously he won at Dover last year. And just like his brother won in last year's Dover race, Ryan Truex gets the win again this season, so maybe it'll be a Truex family sweep again this weekend. That race was ran on a Monday last year. Truex pretty much well dominated. Now, I don't see Truex being the dominant Toyota of the day of the drivers who I think that could compete for the win for Toyota, but I think Truex is still going to have a good day nonetheless. He qualified in the 15th place position, and in practice, he was actually much slower than the other JGR Toyotas, and even some of the 2311 Toyotas. Both of them, Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick, were faster than him in practice, too. So Truex has probably got a little bit extra work to go to have a good day today. I still think he kind of runs back half of the top 10, maybe slides into the top 5 by the end of the race, but I don't see him necessarily competing for the win. And as far as Kyle Busch's day, I don't think he's going to compete for the win necessarily, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ran top 5 all day with him having that track position. And with this being a shorter racetrack, only 1 mile in length, it's not going to be easy to pass with this next-gen car, more than likely, unless we see cording of the tires like we saw at Bristol, which isn't necessarily impossible that we wouldn't see that. I don't see that happening, but it could happen. The only reason is because we did see some cording after about 15 to 20 laps of practice per run yesterday, but the temperatures were much cooler, kind of like they were at Bristol. They were in the high 50s. Today, they're in the high to mid 70s. So there should be rubber laid down on the racetrack, but that'll be something to keep an eye on in the early going. So these drivers that qualified up towards the front may not actually stay there. That could benefit Martin Truex Jr. Truex finished second at Bristol earlier this season. Another driver that benefits who's on my fantasy team today is Denny Hamlin. Hamlin won at Bristol this year, so if we do see tire fall off, that's really the only reason I have him on my team. He did qualify well. He starts 6th, and he was fast in practice, but he wasn't as fast as, say, Tyler Reddick in practice as far as the Toyotas go. Reddick, I think, has the best car of the Toyotas coming into this race here today, based off of practice and qualifying alone, and he's got the momentum with getting the win last week. So I do have Hamlin and Reddick on my team. Hamlin for the experience, and I'm actually starting Hamlin in my garage just in case this race does have a lot of tire fall off like Bristol again. I think that's going to work out well for him. Tyler Reddick, as I mentioned, on my team, coming off a win last week. I've only used him 3 times this season, so good week to use him. He looks very fast. I think he was the fastest Toyota yesterday in on-track activity. He was the highest qualifying Toyota in the 4th place position, and in practice he was second fastest to that of Ryan Blaney. William Byron on my team this weekend. I've actually only used Byron twice this year. Maybe another reason why I'm 10th in the point standings. As you see on our screen right here, these guys that I have on my fantasy team today, they're pretty much all in the top 6 or 7 in the point standings, excluding Kyle Busch, but I've only used them like 2 or 3 times this year. So kind of saving the best for last. Maybe you guys have been using them for those of you in the fantasy league. So I'm coming. Second half of the year, I'm doing a different strategy. Usually I'm hanging out towards the top, but then as I get later in the regular season, I can never gain points because I can't use like the superstar drivers of that season. So I'm going to do a different strategy this year. We're getting to the midway point of the regular season, start using these guys and putting them all forward this week. But I do think William Byron is going to have a good day. I think he's got a great shot to go for the win. He was far and away the best Hendrick Motorsports driver yesterday, practice and qualifying. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson were nowhere to be found in the top 10. Bowman snuck into the top 10 in qualifying. I believe he starts 9th today, but Byron was the quickest in his group of cars in Group A in practice. He was the 3rd fastest overall in practice, and he was the only driver of Group A to be in the top 5 overall in practice as well, and one of only 3 to be in the top 10. Byron qualified in the 3rd place position, so he's got a great starting spot. He usually qualifies well, and he has not won at Dover, but he's had very good track success here with consistently good finishes. So at the very least, I think that could be a consistently good finish today. I'm not going to necessarily take William Byron to win, but I do. Well, man, I haven't set myself on my race win prediction yet. That would probably be the safest way to go, would be with William Byron. Reddick, I think, has a slightly better car, and I trust Reddick more than Blaney just because the Fords haven't won a race this year. Blaney is also on my team. He was fastest in practice, qualified 2nd, and he actually won the first round of qualifying, but he had just a little bit too much fall off from round 1 to round 2. Had that extra lap compared to Kyle Busch. Definitely could have been the difference there, and Blaney getting the pole. This race kind of feels like it may go Bristol's way, and if it does, that's what scares me about Ryan Blaney on my team. And the reason being is because at Bristol he qualified well and he was fastest in practice. Concrete racetrack, we might see a lot of fall off just like we did with Dover, and even though we're maybe not expected to see that here today, this is again the same exact thing that Blaney did that weekend, and he pretty much ran outside the top 15 the whole day. Couldn't keep the tires underneath him. Penske's been notorious with the next-gen car specifically on racetracks with a lot of load like Bristol and Dover that they don't run considerably well. So that also scares me for Ryan Blaney, even though he has had good track success here prior to the next-gen car. Next-gen car maybe hasn't been as good for him. So Blaney I'm a little hesitant on, but I do have him on the team regardless of the fact. So again, the 6 that I have pegged kind of the quote-unquote favorites to win the race today, which is why I have them on my team because I'm going all in, would be William Byron, Kyle Busch, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., and Ryan Blaney. So those are the 6 I think you got to look out for today's race win. As far as picking the race winner itself, I really want to take... I was talking myself trying to take it Tyler Reddick because the Toyotas have been very strong on these 1 mile racetracks and less in length this season. The only other driver that isn't a Toyota to win a race on that style racetrack this year is William Byron, who just won at Martinsville, which was the most recent racetrack that was shorter in length. And Byron did qualify 1 spot better than Reddick. The only thing that scares me with Byron this weekend is that his teammates are nowhere to be found. So we're going to go into the lap averages in practice. And I'm actually picking this on the fly because not very few times I'm not set on picking a particular driver to win on that weekend. So I'm going to go into this, and I can't go there. Let's go schedule, Dover. I can't even go into the race center anymore. It's closed. Can't look up the lap averages anymore on the NASCAR app because they have the starting grid on there for right now. Oh, there we go. I found it. All right, so we're going to go to lap averages. Now, there weren't many drivers that made a long run in practice yesterday because of the cording of tires after 15 laps, but if we look at the 10-lap average, William Byron, 23.169, top of the charts. Then Denny Hamlin, that doesn't surprise me. And that was one thing I noticed with Hamlin in practice yesterday, that his fall off wasn't as much as some of the other drivers in practice. So that could fare well if we do see a lot of fall off today. I'm going to go with the side of not as much fall off. And if that happens, I think I'm going to take William Byron. Reddick did not make a 10-lap run in practice yesterday. 5-lap run, he was 7th. Byron was 2nd. Blaney was 5th, which Blaney was fastest overall, so that makes sense. I don't think Blaney's going to have as much long-run speed. Byron made a 15-lap run as well. It was also fastest in that category, and obviously, again, Reddick didn't make a run longer than 10 laps And the only driver who made a 20-lap run or longer was Noah Gragson. So, yeah, I'm going to go with William Byron. I was leaning towards Reddick coming into this stream, and I think the safe pick is going to be to take Byron. I predicted a winner 3 times, I want to say, this season. So, yeah, let's go for number 4. 3 for 10 so far this year. I think number 4 is going to be Byron. I picked Byron to win a race earlier this season at COTA. So I'll take Willie B again here. I don't know how many times I picked him to win this season. Maybe that was the only time. Who knows? So setting it in, locking it in. I'm taking William Byron. You guys can vote for who you want to win in the chat. I'll leave that poll open until the end of stage 2 as usual. 28 votes have been casted so far. Your voting options are between Kyle Busch, William Byron, Ryan Blaney, or somebody other than those 3. And the other is leading the poll at 32% right now. Now Kyle Busch is tied for the lead in that poll, also at 31%. So 31, 30, 31, yeah, it's fluctuating quite a bit. 20% for William Byron to 19%, and then also 19 to 20 for Ryan Blaney. So it's a very close poll right now. Still very early. Again, the race has not started yet. We will leave that poll open until the end of stage 2. Quick shout outs to those of you watching the stream right now. Got Terry Lewis in the chat, Hopeful, Patrick Chadley, Monstrous Eggman. Thanks for tuning in. Schwann's Games, sorry, I said your name incorrectly the first time. Dan Bowers, Mont 1771, also welcome into the stream. Good morning, everyone. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot you're on the West Coast. I was like, good morning. It's like almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. For me, maybe not you. Chris Davis taking Kyle Busch. Thanks for tuning in. P-Shat taking KFB as well. And no surprise, it does look like a lot of you guys have taken Busch. It's like Joe Gibbs Racing may have killed another race team. First Furniture Road, now JTG Doherty. I saw they took their sponsorship, I think. I didn't look too much into that during the week. I've been really busy this week. Thanks for the shout out on the 5K subscribers. I'm shouting you guys out as much as I possibly can. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Everybody that's watching right now, if you're not subscribed, definitely do so. We're on the road to 10,000 now. We just hit 5,000 2 weeks ago, I believe. Or was it last weekend? No, it was 2 weeks ago, I think. I think it was 2 weekends ago. It's before Dega. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been the week before Talladega. But still, on the road to 10,000. We're almost at 5,100 already. Just 1 week after hitting 5,000, we almost got to that number, so we may get there today. So, yeah, let's do it. Kyle Lance, Lincoln Kim Hollingsworth, Delbert Wilson, also welcome to the stream. Still seeing some KFB picks in the chat. Steph Thomas, thanks for tuning in as well. I definitely think he's going to have a good day. He started up front with this next-gen car, shorter track like this. I think it'll work well for him. We'll just have to see if he's got long-run speed, because he struggled with that at Bristol. So if we do see a lot of fall-off, I think that's where the detriment could be to the RCR cars today. Busch way better than Dillon in qualifying at least yesterday. In practice, they're kind of right on top of each other, just outside the top 10. Real Enigma. And Jeff Hardy is the insane Enigma. My pro wrestling reference there. All right. So, still waiting for the green flag to wave on today's Wurth 400 at Dover. We'll highlight the point standings now that we've gone through all the pre-race predictions for this one. And we'll start off with going over the regular season championship battle. Once again, just to remind anybody that doesn't know, 15 playoff points are awarded to the regular season champion in the NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series. That will carry over every round of the playoffs. You also get 5 playoff points for every win and 1 playoff point for every stage win. Kyle Larson leading the way in both the stage wins and the regular season championship category. So having just the 1 race win this early in the season is going to be all right for him if he gets this regular season championship and continues to win stages and leads laps. 5 stage wins on the year, most on the season. He's led the most laps of anybody this season with 531. Only 1 DNF this year, which is a highlight because last year Larson had quite a few to this point in the season. Now, the inconsistency lies where he's only got 4 top 10 finishes, which is 3 behind the drivers who are tied for the most in the top 10 category. But although he doesn't have as many top 10s, all of his top 10s have been top 5 finishes, and he is at the tied for the most top 5s this year. The only other drivers that have 4 would be Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Tyler Reddick, and then again Larson. So tied for the most top 5 finishes, and then again the one win. He's got a 15-point cushion over Martin Truex Jr., who's still winless this season, coming into his home track. 22 points out of first is Chase Elliott after getting a win. He's really starting to heat up, and all of a sudden he's now the second highest driver in points of Hendrick Motorsports. And again, third in points, only 22 out of first. So great last several weeks here for Chase Elliott. He got that first win at Texas. He had another great run at Dega, picking up quite a few stage points, race points there at the finish, and moved up another spot. William Byron also moved up another spot after last week in the standings. Byron has had 7 top 10 finishes this year. He actually hasn't DNF'd. Surprised he's not higher in points. I think a lot of that's just because he hasn't scored as many stage points this season, and that's really the only thing that's holding him back, because he's got one of the best average finishes. Again, he's got the most top 10s, tied with Reddick in that category, tied for the most top 5s, and he's got the most wins this season. So all those statistical categories he's leading, he's not leading the laps led like a Larson is, and that's where Larson's scoring a lot more stage points. Again, these stages definitely matter, first and second, as well as the last when it comes to these regular season standings. But 24 points out of first there for Byron, within half a race worth of points of Larson, so very tight at the top still. Tyler Reddick is 5th in the regular season standings, leapfrogged 3 positions after his first win of the year at Talladega last week, so he's locked into the playoffs, but still trying to keep that momentum up. He's had great consistency, just like Byron, tied for the most top 5s with 4, and also with Byron tied for the most top 10s. Those are the only 2 drivers with 7 or, with 7 top 10s on the year, so tied for the most. Only 124 laps led for Reddick, so very similar to that of Byron. Byron actually hasn't won a stage this season, believe it or not. Despite the 3 race wins, Reddick has just 1 stage win on the year. Denny Hamlin also within 1 race worth of points, 51 out of first and 6th. He lost 3 spots after not a great week last week at Talladega. Not a lot of stage points, and he got that wreck with about 30 to go with the other Toyotas that were not Tyler Reddick and Martin Truex Jr., Ty Gibbs. But the other Toyotas, literally every other Toyota in the field other than those 3 wrecked out at some point in this race. I think he also spun coming into the pits at one point last week too. It was just not a great week for Denny Hamlin. He's only got 2 top 5s on the season and only 3 top 10s, so a lot of the points he's getting this year are by way of stages. You look at a race like Texas where he was battling for the win there on the late race restart, wrecked, lost out on quite a few points as a result of that. That's about 30 points in the wreck last week. Honestly, if Denny Hamlin doesn't wreck out of Texas and Talladega, I think he's the points leader coming into this weekend. Just based off of stage points alone. Again, just the 3 top 10 finishes, and obviously you'd have a couple more if he could have gotten to the end of those races. He's had the second most laps led this year with 399 as well. And I think he's also the only driver who's led in every race this year as well, so Hamlin trying to keep that streak alive today. Ryan Blaney is also within 1 race worth of points. Yes, the top 7 within 1 race worth of points of each other through 10 races. Blaney's 57 out of first through the first 10, tied for the most top 5s this year. Only 4 top 10s, just like Larson. The big difference here, Larson's got 5 stage wins. Ryan Blaney has 1. Larson has led over 500 laps. Blaney's led just 75. Blaney far and away is the best Ford this season. He's the only one in the top 11 in points. He was actually leading the points. At one point, he had 3 straight top 5 finishes very early in the year after the super speedways at Atlanta and Daytona, but faded over the last several weeks, really since we got Dakota. Hasn't had as many good finishes since. Was running good last weekend with the other Penske cars at the end of the first couple stages, but then had a pit road speeding penalty in the stage 2 brake pit stops, so that put him at the tail end of the field and never recovered in track position after the fact. So those are the 7 drivers within 1 race worth of points. If we look at the actual playoff grid, 1 win would lock you in. We have 7 different winners. Byron has 3. Denny Hamlin has 2. 5 drivers have 1 win. Those drivers being Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez. Suarez is outside the top 16 in the driver standings, but again, the win locks him into the playoffs. So if we look closer to the bubble, that means 15th in the driver standings would be 16th in the playoff standings. Joey Logano is tied for the final playoff spot with Chris Buescher, another Ford. 2 Fords, in fact, that made the playoffs last season. Brad Keselowski, who also made the playoffs last year, is only 9 points to the good and is 15th in the playoff standings. So again, Fords have not been great this season. There's a lot of them hovering around the cutoff line, and if they don't pick it up into the summer months, we could be looking at, one of the RFK Fords and possibly 2 Penske Fords missing the playoffs of Cindric and Logano if they do not pick it up. Again, Kyle Busch is right there. He's on the pole today. Busch goes into victory lane at the end of the race today. Then both Logano, Buescher, and Keselowski, only one of those 3 will more than likely be above the cutoff line And as the points are starting to separate between themselves and the rest of the drivers in the top 10, and the drivers obviously closer to 20th in points, it's going to really narrow that gap down quite a bit. We'll see who goes to victory lane today. There's still quite a few drivers who have not won a race that have been very consistent this season, like a Martin Truex Jr. Ty Gibbs has had great speed in a lot of races this year. Alex Bowman does have 4 top 5s this season. Even though he hasn't been as consistent, he has had near race-winning speed on a couple different occasions, despite not leading a bunch of laps. Ross Chastain, who's won 2 races each of the last 2 seasons, he hasn't won yet this year. He's quietly in the top 10 in points still. Ryan Blaney, as I mentioned, really the only Ford that looks like can win a race on most weeks, hasn't won. So as we get more drivers starting to win races, it's really going to be crucial for Logano, Keselowski, Buescher to keep the consistency up. Keselowski's done a good job of that the last several weeks. He's had back-to-back top 5 finishes, second at Texas and second. Actually, I think he was scored third at Dega last week, not second place, but second and third the last 2 weeks for Brad. Really picking it up. He's only led 8 laps this season, so that is concerning. Again, the race winning speed isn't there, and he's not getting a lot of stage points, but he is getting good finishes. Has to qualify better. It's been really bad, honestly, for Keselowski ever since he went to the 6-car at RFK Racing. He has notoriously just not qualified well, and that hurts him in the stage points in these first stages. Part of the reason why he didn't make it through the round of 12 of the playoffs last year. And another reason as to why he is where he's at right now, which is 15th in the standings, despite gaining 3 positions after last week's 3rd place finish. Really, the last 2 weeks had clawed Keselowski out of a hole. He was about 20th in points 2 weeks ago, and now he's 15th. So he does have that going for him. That is the point standings update coming into this race here today. Try to see if I can get the raw feed up for you guys. Getting closer to the drop of the green flag of this one. And I'll actually turn it to the pre-race coverage real quick and let you listen into some of that as we get deeper into the pre-race ceremonies.
Up front on the front row. Keep an eye on him. And how about Kyle Busch and his 8? RCR on the pole for today's race. Let's see if he can stay there.
Now, a few years ago, they shortened this race to 400 miles. How much of a help is that?
Well, it helps. And, I think that the biggest thing today is not only is it going to be physically demanding, but we have no idea what's going to happen because yesterday it was cloudy, it was cold. Today it's hot and sunny and perfect outside, which I think is going to be a challenge for everybody to figure out what they need with their car.
Drastically different track conditions for sure. Going to be slipping, sliding around under this sun.
So one thing to watch in the early laps is how quickly the track takes rubber. That'll be a good indicator of the level of competition today. Let's go trackside.
Dover Motor Speedway. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Please welcome from the Aviators, Air Force Major Alistair Hollywood Latham, Navy Lieutenant Jim Zeke Lloyd, Navy Commander Jack Razor Gillette, and Navy Lieutenant Bill Offender Moyer.
Those are some nicknames.
Start your engines!
Hollywood Razor Zeke.
Always a big and welcome military presence here. Just about 10 miles up the road from Dover Air Force Base. We're ready to race in the first state.
Dover, Delaware, bright sunny day, warmer temperatures than what we had for the Xfinity race yesterday. We are in the mid to high 70s. I'm excited for this one. Dover is always a fun racetrack, and I'd say one of the more underrated tracks on the NASCAR circuit. A lot of people maybe tend to not think Dover races are exciting. There is exciting moments throughout it. Being there in person in 2021 put this track higher on the radar for me personally, because growing up, I was kind of the same way. I didn't really care for Dover too much. I always liked Miles the Monster because, he was kind of scary looking. He was cool when I was a kid. But even like in the NASCAR video games, Dover is like one of the tracks I like kind of didn't like to race at the most. Granted, I wasn't great at it, but at the same time, it just wasn't one of those tracks that I looked forward to on the schedule. But ever since going there, like I mentioned a few years ago for the first time, I highly recommend going to Dover if you haven't been there. Great facility. One of the honestly nicest looking racetracks itself when you're in the stands just looking at the racetrack. It's a great racetrack. Puts on good racing. And I think we're going to see some good racing here today as well. Saw a good race in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. A little sloppy there towards the end, but needless to say, the racing itself overall I thought was pretty good. Hopefully, again, we see more of that again today. And twice as much of it, as this race is twice the length that the Xfinity race was yesterday. 400 lap, 400 miles, as we usually see here at Dover. We'll go through the starting lineup for the Wurth 400 today, and as we begin things with the multi-time Dover winner and first-time Dover pole sitter, Kyle Busch. We'll see if he can get it done today for RCR, first pole of the season. Ryan Blaney will be starting outside of the front row in second, was fastest in practice yesterday, and we'll see if he can go for his first win of the year as well. William Byron and Tyler Reddick in row 2. Byron with 3 wins on the year. Reddick with his first last weekend at Talladega. Noah Gragson and Denny Hamlin will line up in row 3. Toyotas have been very good on the 1 mile and less racetracks by way of length. Denny Hamlin has 2 of those race wins on tracks shorter than 1 mile. Chase Briscoe and Michael McDowell in row number 4 for this one. Another top 10 starting spot for Michael McDowell. Great to see there. Alex Bowman, AJ Allmendinger in the top 10. As they qualified in row 5. Bowman was the 2021 Dover race winner, and A.J. Allmendinger running the 16 on a part-time basis again for Colleague Racing today. Austin Cindric and Josh Berry in row number 6. Berry will be fun to watch here in this race, especially if there's a lot of tire wear. Expect him to maybe contend for a good finish. Joey Logano, Daniel Hemrick will line up in row number 7. Row number 8 is going to be Martin Truex Jr. and Bubba Wallace. Mentioned Truex second in the point standings. Wallace 11th. Both looking for their first wins of the season. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chris Buescher in row number 9. Buescher, first driver outside of the cutoff line, coming into the race today, trying to get himself back in as he starts mid-pack. Ty Gibbs and Carson Hocevar will line up in row number 10. Kyle Larson starting in the back half of the field on the inside of row number 11 with Ross Chastain to his outside. Austin Dillon and Brad Keselowski in row number 12. Mentioned Brad Keselowski's been struggling in qualifying this year. Struggles again this weekend. We'll see if he can pick it up in race trim as we get going this afternoon. Corey LaJoie and Harrison Burt will line up in row 13. Row 14 is going to be Jimmy Johnson as he returns on his third race of the year, second in the last 3 weeks, and Ryan Preece to his outside in that row. Chase Elliott also starting deep in the field after a poor qualifying effort. He'll be on the inside of row 15 with Todd Gilliland to his outside. Daniel Suarez, our one-time winner this year at Atlanta, and Corey Hyde filling in for the injured Eric Jones. Unexpected as to how long Jones will be out of the 43 car. Suffered a hairline fracture, at a lower vertebrae in his back following a crash in the late going of the race at Talladega last weekend. So Hyde making his first career start in the 43 for Legacy Motor Club today. Christopher Bell crashed in qualifying yesterday, starts on the inside of row 17. I don't think he is in a backup car, but he is starting deep in the field. And John Hunter Nemechek will be to his outside of that row as well. In row 18 will be Kaz Grala, Justin Haley. Grala also crashed in practice. Backup car for him. Demolished the wall on the outside of turn 4 after an overcorrection from being loose. So hopefully he is okay. Obviously he is because he is back in the car. Good to see. Zane Smith, who also crashed in practice, his was in turn 2, backed it into the outside wall as the second car going into a backup car, one of 3 cars again that crashed an on-track activity in the Cup Series at Dover yesterday. He is in 37th, rounding out row 19 in the 37-car field. Jimmy Johnson, the only non-chartered entry for this weekend in that 84 for Legacy Motor Club. Again, his third start of the season.
Back to business, back to the grind. They want to carry that momentum through. He's on his longest top 10 streak of his career. So far, so good. He qualified fourth. His best effort here at Dover.
All right, row 3 is Noah Gragson. Finished a career best third last week in a car that always runs here. Good here, Denny Hamlin. Regan?
Well, Denny Hamlin already with 2 wins this season has been extremely strong every track that we have gone to, but over the past 3 races, not a lot to show for that strength. He's had 3 races without a finish inside the top 10. Then we come to Dover, historically not one of Denny's best tracks, but since he and Chris Gapehart have been paired up, it has been very good, including Denny's lone win here at Dover in 2020. Look for that 11 car to be very strong today and aggressive as he starts in 8.
Row number 4, a pair of Fords. Chase Briscoe with his 7th top 10 start of the season. And Michael McDowell has his best ever start at Dover.
Row number 5 has 2021 Dover winner Alex Bowman and A.J. Allmendinger.
Well, let's go back to row 8 and visit with the defending champ of this race, Martin Truex.
Hey, Martin Truex, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us? I got you, guys. Man, it's got to feel good to be back home. How about that, brother? Just like last year, clean sweep for the Truex boys. Saw your dad over at the casino last night, huge smile on his face. Can we make this a sweep? Got that broom handy? Well, we got one. Hopefully we get to use it. Yeah, yesterday was huge. It was awesome to see Ryan do that again. And you put the pressure on, so we'll see if we can hold up our end of the deal. But I feel like our best for Camry was just okay yesterday. I didn't quite get all of it qualified. Still got a little work to do there, but track's going to change a lot. Hopefully we can get it right by halfway and get after it at the end. All right, buddy. Good luck out there. Thanks for the time. You got it. Well, let's take a closer look at one of the tuning tools these teams have, the rear sway bar. Here's our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, it's a 1 mile racetrack, but you heard Kyle Busch. You spend 3/4 of a lap in the corner. So anything you can do to help that car rotate through the middle, that's a tool that teams will go to. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and let's take a look at the rear sway bar or the rear anti-roll bar. It does exactly what it says. It takes roll out of the rear of the car. It hooks to the left rear and to the right rear with what we call a drop link. Now, you can adjust this sway bar as far as how stiff or how soft you want to make it. There's 5 different adjustments. If you look at that green blade, that's the sway bar blade. Now, when it's laying completely flat, that's when it sets its softest settings, right there. But when you turn it up all the way on its ends, standing straight up and down, that's the stiffest setting. Now, this is not adjustments that teams will make during the race, but probably this morning after qualifying before the race. But Kevin and Clint, not every driver will elect to run it. It's more of a preference as far as a feel.
Well, it is a preference, and I think that feel that you're talking about is probably not as comfortable here. But I like to run the rear sway bar a lot just because you have a little bit more turn in the middle of the corner. And, I think it being not as comfortable will be better in traffic because of that little bit of turn. And we heard some of the drivers already talk about the cars being tighter behind each other in traffic. But with that sway bar, it just gave you a little bit more turn, even though it was uncomfortable.
Well, this track, most like every track, is platform, right? The platform is everything with this car. You want to keep that platform. And what's unique about this track in particular is your throttle on time. You drive through the corner because of the banking on the throttle, utilizing that sway bar.
Mark Twain said something like, if you don't like the weather in the Northeast, wait a minute, it'll change. Well, that minute happened overnight. Yesterday at this time, it was 58 degrees here in Dover under heavy overcast. And right now, it is 67, heading for the 67 on the track, heading for the mid-80s today.
This one, Mike, that track temperature is such an important part of this concrete racetrack. Very temperature sensitive.
400 laps will be shown up on the scoring pylon in the infield, 400 miles, and unequal stage lengths, 120, 130, and 150 laps. Here's what the drivers think of Dover.
The amount of speed that you carry on a 1 mile track is, very unique, and certainly there's not another track out there like it. What's made it really hard with these cars is we're limited with travel in the back of these things. The next gen car has made turn 3 extremely tricky, just how it gets on the limiters. You see a lot of guys crash getting into turn 3. This track's wild. It's definitely a roller coaster. You're elevated on the straightaways, drop down in the corners. I think a lot of the challenges become the landing and the jump, the exit. That's probably the biggest two things. Dover is one of a kind. It's like a roller coaster. You go on next to the corner and then you go down again. It's kind of crazy.
And you do it 800 times, 400 laps. Cars to the rear, Christopher Bell brushed the wall in qualifying. They made an easy repair. Not so Kaz Gralla. You saw his crash at the top of this show. They have gone to a backup car. Zane Smith cut down a right rear tire and backed it into the turn 2 wall, but no frame damage, so they repaired his car.
Wow.
We heard a lot of those guys talking
That car was destroyed yesterday, too.
Mention it. Those bumps getting into 3, that's exactly what happened to Bell. Got loose over those bumps, probably bottomed that car out. And as soon as it does, it just shocks that suspension into eternity and spikes them tires and away it goes.
Yeah, and you see the field going into turn 3. Those bumps are right under this bridge. And the hardest thing that these guys have to figure out right now is where those heights and everything need to be, because they're guessing on what the pace will be and the lap time.
Jimmy Johnson with our Toyota onboard camera in the field this week. 11-time Dover winner.
Here we go, boys.
Crowd on their feet and a good crowd at that on hands at Dover. Hopefully you guys are excited. I'm excited. Green flag is in the air. We're racing at the Monster Mile for the Wurth 400. Kyle Busch rolls into turns 1 and 2, easily clear of Ryan Blaney, who was also on the front row. And Busch will carry that race lead all the way off the exit of turn 2. 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Getting a little tight there in the back half of the top 10 as they funnel down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. Blaney able to hold on for second place ahead of Tyler Reddick, side by side between Denny Hamlin and William Byron in the top 5 as they battle for 4th. Byron on the inside groove, Hamlin on the outside. Hamlin trying to carry a little bit more momentum off the top of the racetrack. And he's not going to be able to do so that time as it's not quite rubbered in yet. Over the course of the run, if rubber is laid down with these tires today, then we will see the groove widen out. But if not, that groove is going to be right around the bottom, similar to what we saw at Bristol about a month and a half ago. Kyle Busch has now led the first 2 laps of the race today. Ryan Blaney only 0.3 of a second behind him in line. Tyler Reddick is 0.9 of a second back in third. William Byron 1.3 seconds back in fourth. And Denny Hamlin 1.6 seconds off the lead in fifth. Busch trying to widen that out. He was about a 10th quicker than Blaney that last lap. So Kyle Busch setting sail here in the early going. Busch has not won since the 15th race of the season last year at Gateway. So it's coming up on almost 1 year since his last win. Had 3 wins last season, but all in the first 15 races of the season. Christopher Bell sliding around Jimmy Johnson for position. First start for Johnson in a next-gen car at Dover, and only his second start at an oval, not being a super speedway with the next-gen. The other one was at Texas Motor Speedway just 2 weeks ago. Johnson was actually 5th overall in practice yesterday, impressed there. So hoping to see him have another good run here today as well. Saw the leaderboard was still stuck on the starting lineup, so let me get that refreshed for you guys here. Hopefully it refreshes. This raw feed is on NASCAR.com, so if we have any issues with it, I'll try to find another leaderboard for us. We've had problems before in the Cup Series races with the raw feed on NASCAR.com. When it works, it gives us the best live stat data. The problem is it doesn't always work. I have to go to foxsports.com and see if theirs works. Even theirs was kind of cutting in and out at Talladega last week. So we ended up having to resort to this last weekend as well. And that's exactly what we'll do right now. First 9 laps of the race led by Kyle Busch. You can at least see the interval behind him. I can only get the top 8 on the screen at the same time. During the commercial breaks, I'll scroll down and give you guys the full running order of the entire field. 120 laps again in Stage 1 today. 130 laps in Stage 2. 150 in the final stage. So that makes up our 400 laps and again 400 miles around this 1 mile racetrack. Brad Keselowski to the outside of Carson Hocevar, trying to get that outer groove worked in as rubber is definitely being laid down then that there are drivers moving up off the bottom already. So this is not something we saw yesterday in practice. We did see it in the Xfinity race with the tires on the Xfinity Series cars. But need warmer temperatures on these concrete tracks for rubber to be laid down for the next-gen cars, and that seems to be the case here in the early going. We'll just have to still monitor if there's any cording that goes on over the course of a long run as we get 20 to 25 laps and beyond into a run. It'll be interesting to see if it'll be a 1 or a 2-stop strategy in the first stage as a result of that. Don't want to have to make a green flag pit stop. Lap times are very quick at this racetrack. Pole time yesterday was a 22.1. Blaney in the first round of qualifying ran as fast as a 22.0. In practice, which was more like race trim yesterday, they were running about 22.4s, 22.5s were some of the faster times, 22.6s. So we'll probably see somewhere around those lap times, at least early in a green flag stint. Chase Elliott, who qualified deep in the field, again had to start back in 29th today, really trying to work his way forward. He's still battling with Todd Gilliland, who he qualified with in row 15 for this one, and only one spot gained from the start for Elliott. As the top two cars in the front of the field continue to pull away, that being Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney, they have almost a 2-second gap built up over Tyler Reddick in second. William Byron is in, Tyler Reddick in third. William Byron is in fourth place. Denny Hamlin would be in fifth. Noah Gragson sixth. Michael McDowell seventh. AJ Allmendinger eighth. Chase Briscoe ninth. Alex Bowman 10th. Austin Cindric 11th. Josh Berry 12th. Joey Logano is 13th. 14th for Martin Truex Jr., Bubba Wallace 15th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th, 17th is Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher 18th, 19th is Ty Gibbs, and Brad Keselowski is 20th. 21st for Ross Chastain, Daniel Hemrick 22nd. Make that Carson Hocevar now 22nd, Daniel Hemrick is 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, Harrison Burton 26th, Todd Gilliland 27th. Chase Elliott now up to 27th as he passes Harrison Burton, Burton back to 28th. Ryan Preece is now 29th. Christopher Bell up a couple spots to 30th. Daniel Suarez 31st. Jimmy Johnson 32nd. Justin Haley 33rd. John Hunter Nemechek 34th. Corey Heim 35th. Zane Smith 36th. And Kaz Gralla rounds out the 37-car field. Don't mind the intervals on the screen right now. The entire field, I should say, is on the lead lap. And the entire field is on the lead lap. No lap traffic yet as we're on lap 17 of 120 in this first stage. And again, the fuel window is just over 90 laps for a full run. So they will have to pit for fuel and tires at some point during the course of each stage today. But depending on how those tires end up falling off is going to dictate whether this will be a 1 or a 2-stop stage here in stage 1. And this is the shorter of the 3 stages as well. NASCAR 2311 Cup Series Racing, JoJo, thanks for tuning in. Bill Stegman, Doran Davis, Brett Whitesides, Willy Wonka, Sarah India, Bill H. Welcome into the stream, everybody. Races on Fox Sports 1 today if you're wondering where you can watch for visual purposes. And Fox Sports 1 carrying today's NASCAR Cup race, I believe, the 3rd time this season. Melody Hefner, thanks for tuning in as well. She's pulling for Kyle Busch. Karina Corona, welcome back for another stream. Sharitha Cooper, Candy Cox. In chat, didn't see you guys earlier. And we'll get an update on the poll during this commercial break as well. 88 votes have been casted so far. 34% of you say somebody other than Busch, Byron, or Blaney will win. 31% saying Kyle Busch, who leads in the early going. 16% for William Byron, 19% for Ryan Blaney. So once again, you have until the end of Stage 2 to vote, and you can also change your vote if you choose to do so as well. Looks like there's some rubber buildup on the inside of the 41 car of Ryan Preece. There's some smoke. Definitely from the tire buildup, I would imagine. We've seen chunks of rubber get corded up in these next-gen cars. We saw it more on the Fords, I'd say, in the first year of having the next-gen car. We didn't see that much of a problem last year. But seem to be seeing it here this weekend at Dover, which does lay down quite a bit of rubber on the racetrack with this being a concrete surface over asphalt. So the gap between first and third hasn't changed much. First and second hasn't changed much either. Busch and Blaney got out to about a 2-second advantage over everybody else, and they've kind of maintained their track positions. So the lap times seem to be pretty even through most of these cars, as they are on most weekends with the next gen. AJ Allmendinger up a couple spots from the start, moving to 8th here in the early going. Denny Hamlin moved into the top 5 here at the start of the race as well, getting a spot. Not a lot of movement through the top 10 over the last half a dozen to a dozen laps. Kyle Larson, I believe the biggest mover so far, started 21st up to 14th. Truex from 15th to 11th. So he just passed Austin Cindric that last lap, and Larson as well just passed Josh Berry. Berry has lost 3 spots from the start, from 12th back to 15th. Ty Gibbs didn't particularly qualify well this weekend, was actually outside the top 15 in practice. Kind of much like Truex in practice and qualifying, where he just wasn't quite as good as some of the other Toyotas. That's something we've seen out of Gibbs a lot this season. And Truex for that matter. Christopher Bell, after spinning and backing it into the wall in 3 and 4 in qualifying, not in a backup car, was able to pull out the fender. Maybe rewrap the back bumper, and there he is. Working his way through the field up to 27th, slowly but surely. Big time gain in the middle of 3 and 4 for Ryan Blaney. Busch gets back to 100% throttle quicker than Ryan, as he had to lift to keep from running into the back of Busch. Maybe got a bit tight in the dirty air as well, as he closed up very close to the back bumper. But Blaney looking quick here in the early going. Lap 29 as he tries to make a pass for the race lead. Kyle Busch just about to get into lap traffic as Zane Smith at the tail end of the field is about to go a lap down. So catching some of the back of the field drivers very quickly. And this could tighten up the front of the field quite a bit more as we get into lap traffic. Again, very tough to pass with the next-gen car. They're just so equal. The further through the field you go, the harder and harder it's going to be for the race leader to pass that next lap car. And they're not going to move over easy in case a caution comes out. Kyle Busch going to move his lineup quite a bit to the outside. Blaney gains ground on the bottom. Busch's car maybe not reacting well up there. He's been running the bottom the entire time, but with Zane Smith staying on the inside, Kyle Busch has to continue to change his line. Gets him a little bit more clean air. Ryan Blaney again is closing on Busch. Busch to the outside of the lap car of the 71 of Zane Smith, and Blaney's back within about a car length and a half, maybe less than that, in the middle of 3 and 4. Busch clears the lapper. And now Ryan Blaney clears the lap car off turns 3 and 4. Reddick to the inside of Zane Smith. He's the only one that's going to pass Zane on the bottom. Reddick within a second of the lead. He was 2 seconds back a couple laps ago. Now within 6 tenths at the line this time by. Lap 33. A little bit of a gap now between Reddick and Byron. Reddick's starting to put together some really good lap times. Top 10 in the running order. Kyle Busch again is your race leader. Ryan Blaney is in second. Tyler Reddick third. William Byron fourth. Denny Hamlin 5th, Noah Gragson 6th, Michael McDowell 7th, AJ Allmendinger 8th, Chase Briscoe 9th, Martin Truex Jr. in 10th. That is your top 10. Ryan Blaney took a look to the inside of Busch through 1 and 2 on lap 34 the last time by. Didn't get around him. Gets back by him this time through, turns 3 and 4, and we have a new leader for the first time today. Ryan Blaney out in front of Kyle Busch. Busch still trying to get that outside line to work. Went up there when they got into lap traffic, or at least the first lap car. And Ryan Blaney has now worked his way around Kyle Busch on lap 34 of this race. Busch leads the first 33 laps from the pole. Now we'll see if Blaney can get away, and now that Busch is back in slightly dirtier air behind the 12 of Blaney and Reddick being close to him, we'll see if Reddick can get by the 8 car quickly, and maybe Busch is fading on the long run just a little bit. And that's something that RCR struggled with on the shorter tracks this season. Definitely the best Busch has qualified on a short track this year. And although Dover's not a traditional short track by way of length, it is 1 mile, I consider it kind of like an overgrown short track by the way it races. The speeds of an intermediate, but the technical ability of a short track, the amount of braking that goes into every corner around this place because of how high speed it is in such tight confines. Blaney's only got the 1 stage win this year and no race win, so if he can win this first stage, it'd be huge for him. And he's still within 1 race worth of points of the regular season points leader, Kyle Larson. And Larson qualifying mid-pack. This could be some big points here for Ryan. Try to gain on him. Truex also qualified outside of the top 10, although Truex has made his way up to 10th. Larson's still back in 13th yet. Still got a little over halfway of this first stage to go. Again, 120 laps in the first stage. We're only at lap 38 currently. And they're on another full-screen commercial break on Fox Sports 1, but we'll keep our coverage going. I'll try to get the raw feed back up while we're under this commercial break again as well. Been stuck on the starting grid. Really since I first pulled it up before the race started. Still seems to be the case for right now. Tyler Reddick did move to second place following the commercial break, and Reddick is actually putting together better lap times than Blaney because he has closed in on him. That could also be because Blaney is maybe trying to pass more lap cars. Busch is now a little over a second off the lead, and he may be fading through the pack now that we're over 30 laps into this run because William Byron, Denny Hamlin also within a second of Busch all of a sudden now. So Busch again back to third. And we are under caution for the first time today under the commercial as Todd Gilliland is around.
It's Todd Gilliland. What's coming off turn number 4 here?
Seen coming up underneath. Just shot up the racetrack, got tight. Got into Austin Dillon on the outside, trying to stay off of him, right, Kevin? Spun it out.
Yeah, and unfortunately that makes him spin out worse when you lift off the throttle like that. You have to make a quick adjustment. The back just unloads. Both of them.
Yeah, Austin had a big lift there, too.
Well, Gilliland had been off to a good start this season, led a ton of laps at Atlanta, a career high, and was a good budget pick for your fantasy pool today until now.
I don't think that car has that much damage. He's trying to get him to just push it off. He can't get it moving. I think his day's done. His flat tires, obviously. Can't get it up the hill.
Well, even the straightaways here at Dover are self-cleaning. They are banked, not as much as the corners, but nothing seems to stay up at the outside wall.
Yeah, the tires are down. It's just down on the ride limiters there and are the rub blocks, Kevin, and can't get it moving. Now he's going to go another lap down.
Well, and it's hard to make the car go when all the tires are up here because of that transition from the concrete to the banking. But when they're all flat like that, now he's just stuck. Well, this is going to put everybody in a pit window that is very generous.
Larry, I'd say some crew chiefs are wanting to see these race tires anyway.
Everybody wanted to see this caution except Todd Gilliland, trust me.
Saturday on Fox, the United Football League takes center stage. The Houston Roughnecks battle A.J. McCarron and the St. Louis Battlehawks. Saturday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Man, he is in a terrible spot. The truck can't get him pushed. He's stuck. That isn't going to work, guys. I've seen him use the ropes. You see the tow truck can't get in behind him to push him.
Now, the straightaway is angled, and the apron, the dark part there, is flat. So that's going to be tough. They may need to tug him out of there.
Yeah, 2 laps down already. He's going to go a third at least.
Yeah, you see the splitter on the ground. You see the rub blocks on the ground in the back. The diffuser's on the ground underneath the back of the car. All those
have to be careful. To your point, Kevin, this is what they use at Talladega. Now they're going to hook it up.
And unlike other racing series where they have tow hooks on the front of the cars in NASCAR because of the casual contact bumper to bumper, no tow hooks. So you've got to lift those front wheels.
Be careful here lifting this thing up. Be careful lifting it up and hurting the diffuser that's so important on the rear. Not much damage on that car. You can see he just barely touched right front.
All right, we're going to go get a root beer float as they try to hook up Todd Gilliland's car and get him going again in Dover.
That root beer float reference, I can't talk, is because of the A&W sponsorship that Todd Gilliland has on that 38 car this weekend. Again, under caution for the first time today. Ty Gillen with a spin off turn 4 as he tried to keep it off of Austin Dillon. They were side by side for position. Let's see where Dillon's at real quick, see where that battle was for. Looked like a battle for 25th on the racetrack, and Gillen lost control. Didn't really hit the inside wall too hard. He'll be able to continue on in this race, but with the flat tires, obviously is losing several laps on this shorter racetrack under the yellow flag period. Again, 120 laps in the first stage. We will be seeing pit stops as soon as pit road opens and they can get Todd Gillen back onto pit road into his box. And you guys will get to listen into those pit reports as well for the first time today. So again, we are under caution. 54 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys haven't done so. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We are on the road to 10,000 subscribers. And also trying to get to a goal of 150 likes on the stream. We hit our goal yesterday in the Xfinity race of 100. So let's try to get to 150 here for the Cup race.
Rough introduction to the Cup Series there.
Tyler Reddick yeeted Corey Hahn right out of the way right there.
This is getting completely out of control with you, Kevin. You don't even know what yeet it is.
Wow, 4 wide off the end of pit road there.
The hats have been a podcast word, Mike, right?
Flung him, Quint. Just flung him right around.
That's why we don't explain it to you.
And there it is.
See? Yeeted him.
It's been yeeted.
That was a page out of the Millennial Scheme by Kevin Harvick from a couple years ago. As the 43 gets yeeted into his pit box, according to Kevin Harvick. Had to pit that car from the side. I believe all 4 tires are actually still in the box, so they were able to pit it sideways. Obviously, he was going to have to wait for the rest of the cars behind him to exit pit road to back up. Heim was towards the back of the field, so he's going to lose too much track position here. Needless to say, and I don't think he really hit the concrete wall on the inside of the pits, which is good for not only safety reasons, but even for potential damage reasons to his car, as his car seems to be fine. I do believe Ryan Blaney won the race off pit road, will continue on as the leader. Tyler Reddick lost several positions in the pits. I noticed he lost a couple spots. He went in second, and I think he came out either 4th or 5th. Looks like he came out in 4th. Michael McDowell gained a few spots up to 5th. Kyle Busch lost a couple, even with being in that number 1 pit box. Might have made some adjustments, extra adjustments that could have potentially lengthened the stop out a little more. But regardless of the fact, the number 1 pit box for Kyle Busch, and he goes from 3rd to 6th, losing 3 positions on pit road. So again, Ryan Blaney still your race leader. He took the race lead away under green from Busch at lap 33, coming to lap 34. And then Blaney has led the next 11 cents, most of which here under this caution for Ty Gillen spinning off of turn 4. Long ways to go, though, here at Dover. And I'm sure a lot of great action still to go in this race as well. Yeah, no raw feed for the moment if you're wondering why the leaderboard is a little different. We're trying to use foxsports.com for the time being until NASCAR.com's website is better with the raw feed, and we get all the usual stats, live stats throughout the course of the race that we usually display on the screen. Willie Wonka saying we got to get you a gig for a commentary gig for NASCAR. Appreciate it. I hope so. Hopefully one day. If Larson wins, everybody gets a golden ticket. Also says Willie Wonka. Smear the live leaderboard stuck. It is on NASCAR.com, unfortunately. It's stuck on the pace lap still. Bill H. St. Bush's history. Yeah, he lost the lead. I don't know that he's going to get it back. He doesn't look to be quite as strong as some of those other cars that started towards the front that are still there.
Still under caution for the Todd Gilliland crash. Took a long time to get Gilliland's car removed, and they dragged it all the way to the garage. Now, here's what happened to Tyler Reddick coming out of his stall while they're trying to guide Corey Heim, substitute driver, there for Eric Bell into his pit, and with a different crew chief, Joey Cohen, competition director for the 43 is there. Dave Ellens left the track yesterday for a personal matter, and here's the number 20. Whoa, Christopher Bell, as the tire changer goes to the ground. They back him up to get that lug nut tight.
Yeah, those guys have had a ton of trouble on pit road with just little stuff like that on the 20 car. And see the incident right here with the 45 and 43. But that's Dover pit road, Clint. I mean, this is a narrow pit road. It's easy to speed on because of the RPM. See some damage right there on the 45. Ooh. That's not going to help him. You want the nose of that splitter to keep it shaped to make the maximum downforce. So right now he's hoping that doesn't change the handling of his car a bunch.
Now, good news for Ryan Preece. The smoke from the right side has abated where that rubber was burning inside of between the roll cage and the outer sheet metal of his car. So they report everything there is okay now.
Yeah, they've really worked hard on that foam. And, Kevin, that takes me back to Darlington watching your car burn down. Putting some fire retardant stuff on that foam and keeping it from flaring up, and I think it worked.
Yeah, well, they put that on the foam. They put it in the doors. They've got some different heat shields changed. I mean, they've changed so much since my car caught on fire at Darlington. So we saw a lot of that, but in this instance, we saw.
All right, field doubled up. Restart ensuing as we have Ryan Blaney and William Byron on the front row. Blaney going to take the inside of row one. Busch had the outside in the initial start. Blaney the control car this time. Great launch, just like Busch had from the outside lane the last time. And in the middle of turns 1 and 2, Blaney's easily clear. Tyler Reddick is underneath the 24. Byron, after Reddick had lost a couple spots off pit road, restarted inside of row 2 and 4th. Gets by Hamlin. Hamlin now side by side with Busch. And up the racetrack goes Denny. I don't know if there was contact or if he just overdrove it. Busch was on his inside getting into the corner. Hamlin loses several positions as the 10 and the 14 both get around him. And he's still on the outside now with Mark Truex Jr. to the inside of the 11. So Hamlin goes from 3rd out of the pits to about 7th or 8th on the restart. Still stuck in the outside. Still battles for position going on aggressively just behind them around Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, and Brad Keselowski. What is it? Dodge. What are the 5 Ds of dodgeball? They're all diving, ducking, dodging, dipping. And they say dodge twice in there, so yeah, they're dodging twice. Good battle between the 10 and the 14, the SHR Fords of Gregson and Briscoe. Trying to get settled in for 5th. Kyle Busch has really good short-run speed. I mean, he fired off well in this restart, got 2 spots. Back to 4th. He's all over Reddick again. It's just when he got to 25 to 30 laps into that last run, he couldn't hold on, and if it wasn't for that caution, was probably going to lose a lot more positions before the end of the first stage. The problem is with the caution, it's not at the halfway point of the stage. They can make it on fuel more than likely to the end of stage 1, and as a result of them being able to make it on fuel to the end of this first stage, he may fade even further when we get deeper into this green flag run than maybe what he was going to off the initial start, especially with starting now in traffic versus at least having the clean air for 30 laps before the car starts to fade. They could have potentially made the right adjustments on this first pit stop for Busch that might help mitigate how far he will fall back in the pack, but that'll be something to watch for here in about 30 laps or so from now. How about the run Chase Elliott is on? From 29th starting spot to 13th. He gained several positions, obviously, at the start of the race before the caution right around lap 40. I believe lap 38 was exactly when the caution flag came out. Gained quite a few spots on pit road with his 4-tire stop as well. And now all of a sudden it's just outside the top 10. And despite a poor qualifying effort, has more than half of the first stage to go and could still get into the top 10 when it's all said and done to get some stage points here, which is huge when you consider the fact that Truex is in 7th. He's still the back half of the top 10. But Kyle Larson still outside the top 10 as well. And Larson is the points leader. Actually, as I say that, he passed Bowman for 10th place to get into a stage point position this last lap. I saw them battling initially on the restart. The 5 and the 48 were. It looks like Larson won that battle. Allmendinger's gone from about 8th before the caution now back to 12th. Right in front of Chase Elliott. And the RFK Fords are battling for position right behind Elliott, Keselowski, Buescher. Wallace is now just past Buescher for 15th. Getting a spot. Bright sunny day, Dover, Delaware.
Top of his helmet, and note the tube running from it. That's That's to get fresh, cool air to the driver. And that's a good thing as long as that's taking its air from outside the car. Because the air inside the car, not too good right now.
Well, that's the problem. The air might be taken from that back roll bar. It might be a little squirrel fan on the back roll bar. But yeah, I'm sure that something in the rocker panel's smoldering. We've seen it go out. We've seen it come back and catch on fire again. But now what an unnerving situation for Ryan Preece to have all that smoke in the car and just not know the situation and how bad it is.
Gibbs outside Ross Chastain. This is for 17.
Larry, we talk about diamonding. You hearing anybody on the radio talking about using that strategy?
I am, Kevin. You see Chase Briscoe in that 14 car running 6 just before that caution. His crew chief, Richard Boswell, who actually as a racer himself was talking to Chase about doing that, said that's much easier on the tire, especially till we get rubber down on the racetrack.
Yeah, it just allows you to not have to grind on that right front tire all the way through the center of the corner. Just a little less wheel, let it run up the racetrack, straight entry, straight exit.
We're halfway through stage 1 in Dover. We've already had 1 caution flag and 1 pit stop. Ryan Blaney leading William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Ford, Chevy, Toyota, 1, 2, 3.
All right, Ryan Blaney again out in front of the field as you just heard. 0.7 of a second out ahead of William Byron in second. Tyler Reddick's in third, 1.5 seconds back. Kyle Busch still sitting in fourth, 2.4 seconds off of Blaney. Noah Gragson rounds out the top 5 and fifth as he's 3.9 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth, 4.3 seconds back and moving forward. Denny Hamlin, who fell back on the race start, is in seventh. Hamlin is 4.9 seconds off the lead. Chase Briscoe 5.1 seconds back in eighth. Kyle Larson up to ninth. Waiting to see the interval for Larson to update. And then Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10 behind him. Larson again started 21st, so he's up 12 positions in this first stage. Hendrick Motorsport cars are on the move. Larson 5.3 seconds off the lead. Now up to 8th place, just past Briscoe. Briscoe in 7th, 5.7 seconds back, and also 5.7 seconds back is Alex Bowman. And Bowman now up to 6.1 seconds off the lead as he is in 9th place, just past Briscoe. So Briscoe losing spots. He was battling side by side for Gregson, with Gregson for 5th on the restart. Now back to 10th is Chase Briscoe, so going the wrong way. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who tends to have some really good runs at Dover over his Cup career, especially these last couple years with the Next Gen car. I remember finishing second here in 2022 behind Chase Elliott. Stenhouse in 11th, starting relatively deep in the field. So he is definitely on the move. Ryan Blaney has now led 30 laps. He's 4 laps away from leading the most in this race. So far, Kyle Busch has led the most, and those are the only 2 drivers to lead at least 1 lap. Nine-tenths of a second difference now between Blaney and Byron. So over the last couple laps, Byron has slipped back a couple tenths. Reddick started really getting faster on the very long run. Obviously, he went from 3rd to 2nd, getting by Busch, who was really fading before the first caution came out at lap 38. But then he was all over the back bumper of Ryan Blaney before the caution came out. So Reddick is someone to look out for when we get to 30-plus laps into the run. So we get to about lap 75 to lap 80 in this run. It's going to be very interesting to see how much Reddick is going to close that gap. And same for William Byron, only because we have seen the Hendrick cars move forward. Byron obviously qualified a lot better than the other 3 Hendrick cars, so that's why he's up at 2nd already. But we'll have to wait and see how that 24 car is going to be when we get to about, again, lap 75 to lap 80 and deeper into this run, if they can continue to put good lap times together and continue to close on the race leader in the number 12 car.
Beautiful day in Dover for the Wurth 400 on FS1, presented by Prince Tree. There There's the breast tube cam on board Austin Dillon.
Well, you see a lot of options in this corner right here, Mike. This is turns 3 and 4. Austin's at the top of the rubber. They keep pushing that groove up. The bottom lane on the exits keeps getting darker, giving you a lot of options to figure out how to make your car make speed.
Well, you heard Truex tell us in a free race, you have to go where they're not. That's exactly what you see Christopher Bell doing on that outside.
All right, Ryan Preece made a fire alarm pit stop while we were under break there. Jamie?
And Mike, they brought it in, they took a look at it. As soon as he pulled back out on the track, he said, it's still on fire. He said, it's not the door, it's the foam that's on fire. They said, bring it to the garage. It looks like the 41's day could be over.
Unbelievable. Yeah. What a terrible situation.
But Larry, since this is a mechanical issue, he goes to the garage. Can you come back out?
Absolutely, as long as that door foam is in place and intact. Yeah, this would not be any kind of a situation where he's going in the garage because of an accident or anything.
Chase Briscoe running in 12th place right now. He was 8th after the caution flag, giving up a couple of spots since, but we were able to sit in on his pre-race team meeting.
Today, really, we just need to execute. It's going to be a day where there could be potential tire failures at the start of the race with as much tire wear as we saw yesterday. Hopefully, the increase in temp helps that. But we just have to be on our toes. A win fixes everything. You know, I've been here 3 times with Chase, and I've never felt like I couldn't win, and today's no different. So let's go have a solid day. Let's execute. Let's do our part, and let's go get a checker flag.
That's crew chief Richard Boswell. In his 3rd season as a Cup crew chief.
Good guy.
9 career Xfinity wins. His dad, legendary Maryland short tracker Dickie Boswell.
Yeah, good guy. Finished to our house around a long time. Engineer there, Kevin. Know him well.
And the spotter up on the roof is Joe Campbell.
Yeah, Richard Boswell is a very intense guy. I love the intensity that he carries. He's great for Chase Briscoe. Briscoe kind of a mild-mannered personality, and Richard just has that intensity that he needs to balance that out.
Was a driver himself. I mean, that's where that intensity comes from. He knows how to set him up, knows how to drive him.
Ryan Blaney has now led 41 laps, the most laps he has led in a Cup race since his last victory, when he led 145 at Martinsville, Virginia last fall.
Well, you see the car, Tyler Reddick right here, his onboard camera. He's really good at searching around the racetrack. You see the bottom groove was his choice as he went into the corner.
Here he comes.
Yeah, this is the guy we all had our eye on. Last year's winner, Martin Truex Jr. We all know that, and he told us in the pre-race, this is one of his favorite racetracks to drive, and he just has a style that it fits right here.
That one's coming with him, too, all the way from 21st. Larson, keep an eye on him. Already up to 6th.
Let's have a look at the Xfinity fastest lap of the race, where that's a list where Truex is 11th. Kyle Busch, right from the start, his fastest lap was lap 2, as it was for Ryan Blaney. And
It's crazy what a difference it makes in the track temp being so much warmer today as what it was yesterday, about 50 degrees warmer on the track temp. The air temp about 20 to 25 degrees warmer. The fastest lap time for Kyle Busch, 22.93. Yesterday, his pole lap was in the 22.1s. We saw a 22.0 at one point in qualifying. Even in practice yesterday with the cooler track temps as well, we saw lap times in the 22.5s, which was still about 0.4 quicker than, again, Busch's fastest lap when he was out in front and on the pole at the very beginning of the race with the clean air. Over the course of this longer run, William Byron is starting to take control as he lurks on Ryan Blaney for the race lead. Went to the outside through turns 1 and 2. Blaney down low. Momentum on the backstretch for Byron. Carries it to the bottom lane of the racetrack through 3 and 4. Wiggles a little bit. Slides clear off the exit of the corner. Blaney tries the undercut move but can't get off of turn 4 well from the outside compared to what Byron was doing to set that pass up for the lead. And so the 24 car now out in front here at Dover, a third different leader in stage 1 in these first 80 laps. So mention lap 75 to lap 80, you're going to start to see a lot of movement. You get 30 to 35 laps into the run, and that seems to be the case right now. Byron quickly to the lead. Reddick within a second of the lead now. He was 2.5 back. He's closing. He was quick on the long run right before the first caution came out. We're right at about that same distance by way of green flag racing right now as we are at lap 81, 40 laps to go still in this first stage. And again, they can make it on fuel to the end of stage 1 from when that caution took place in the pit stops that soon followed. Martin Truex Jr. working his way through the field, up 11 spots from the start. Larson up 15 positions from the start. Started slightly deeper in the field than Truex, of course. Larson in 6th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into the top 10 as well, started deep, and he just passed A.J. Allmendinger. All 4 Hendrick cars are in the top 9. Bowman in 8th, Elliott in 9th. They had a 1-2-3-4 finish at Dover in 2021, the last year of the Gen 6. Bowman won that day, but between the 4 of them, they pretty much dominated, and part of why they ended up finishing 1 through 4. Late race pit stop, which was set up and allowed for Alex Bowman to take the lead. One of the only laps he led in that one. Larson had dominated the day in the laps led category compared to the other 3 Hendrick cars. But right now it is William Byron, the first of the Hendrick cars to at least take the lead here in this one. Again, 37 laps to go in the stage. And Tyler Reddick, as I mentioned, was starting to close in on both the 24 and the 12 as all over the back bumper of Blaney, battling for 2nd place. A couple cars side by side. Looked like Denny Hamlin might have been battling with Bowman for 7th place, getting into turns 3 and 4. Headed to a commercial break on FS1. So we'll go through the full field running order rundown with still a long ways to go at Dover. A little less than 40 laps left in the first stage at least. Again, William Byron, the race leader. Ryan Blaney holding on 0.4 of a second back at 2nd. Tyler Reddick is 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Kyle Busch rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Kyle Larson is 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 10th, A.J. Allmendinger 11th, Noah Gragson 12th, Brad Keselowski 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, Chris Buescher 15th, Ross Chastain 16th, Ty Gibbs 17th, Austin Cindric 18th, Chase Briscoe 19th, Josh Berry 20th, Joey Logano all the way back at 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Daniel Hemrick 23rd, Corey LaJoie 24th, 25th is Carson Hocevar, John Hunter Nemechek 26th, 27th for Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez 28th, Corey Heim 29th, and Harrison Burton is 30th. Jimmy Johnson 31st, Michael McDowell 32nd, Justin Haley 33rd, Zane Smith 34th, Kaz Grala 35th, Todd Gillen 36th, Ryan Preece 37th. Preece off the racetrack in the garage. Gillen, after his spin, is still in this thing, but 8 laps down. Grala 3 laps down. And I believe Zane Smith got the free pass under the first caution in 34th. And he's back on the tail end of the lead lap for right now, at least until these leaders get back into lap traffic again. William Byron still leading. 9 laps led for Byron. The 9 most recent laps. Blaney led for 45 laps before losing the lead. He has led the most in stage 1, and Kyle Busch led the first 33 laps of the day from the pole. Blaney started 2nd. William Byron started 3rd. So a lot of those drivers that qualified up towards the front, still up towards the front, but a lot of comers and goers, though, as we work our way deeper into this first stage. Again, Larson up 15 positions to 6th place. Truex up 11 positions to 4th from where he started. Chase Elliott from 29th is up to 9th place. 20 positions gained for him. So, some of the guys that qualified up towards the front are staying there, but we have a lot of guys that started deep in the field that are working their way up there too. It seems like the drivers that qualified in the back half of the top 10 are the ones that have faded over the course of this first stage. Well, the ones that started in the top 5 are still kind of staying there. And drivers that started well outside the top 10, some of which at least are working their way very well forward. Penske cars are on a mission. Well, I would say Blaney is, but he's kind of going backwards over the course of this long run. I know he's only lost 1 spot right now, but I think the 19 is faster than him, just hasn't gotten that far through the field yet. I think Reddick is better than him on the long run. Although Reddick doesn't look as strong this run as what he did the first run, I think some of that might be the damage to the right front splitter of the race car after contact on pit road Corey Heim. I think that could be affecting the 45, because honestly, I would have expected him to pass Blaney by now. He's still half a second behind him. But yeah, I'd probably say the 24, The 19, the 5 are faster than the 12 and the 45 up at the front right now. They just haven't worked their way up there yet. Same with the faster than Kyle Busch as well. Elliott's probably quicker than him too. We'll see when Chase gets closer to the top 5.
Golf cart and met some great fans this morning. Everybody out tailgating this beautiful Wednesday morning.
Look. You ran out of the production meeting to go see the guy driving the one-man band bicycle. What was that?
Hey, man, we went from a world record rubber ducky. I don't know where that came.
That is definitely your favorite part of this whole event. You love the duck.
I love the fact that they've created a festival feel out in that midway. Everybody in town, this is the place to be at today, especially the weather. My gosh, as nice as it is. I bet these old boys, they were cooking hamburgers. I pulled up and said, well, boys, how's the burgers? This idiot forgot the ketchup. I said, I'll fix that. I went over and borrowed some from their friendly neighbors from New York, come back over, got them a ketchup. I said, who forgot the ketchup? Boy, the finger pointing went on, man. They were pointing at each other. So fun here at Dover, especially at that.
Well, they know about music festivals. Firefly every year here is a huge event. Huge music festival.
Did you know that, Kevin?
I did.
Why do you know that, Mike? That's young.
He can read.
Hey, I want to go down and add a little air pressure to the rubber duck. You think I want to set another world record?
I think your quote earlier was, how do we blow the rubber duck up? Isn't that what you said? Yeah. How much bigger do you think that duck can get?
I want to find out.
Let's see how much of a lead William Byron can get here as he is getting into race traffic. Just put a lap on Justin Haley. Haley turned 25 today. Happy birthday. Number 51.
Heavy traffic.
Regan.
Mike William Byron been very quiet since we went back to green for this run, but something he told the team under yellow a while ago about his race car was that on the bottom it was just a little bit too tight. As he moved up, it was loose. Well, as he gets in this traffic right now, very important that he can move around to help adjust that car as he tries to pick his way through traffic. That's something I imagine they're happy to hear.
I think so. All right, now, second place, Ryan Blaney may have an issue.
Well, they got so fast, even though front. They just drove around me. I don't know what I need to go faster.
Well, this is a frustrating racetrack, especially when the groove gets wide like this, and you're going to fight all kinds of conditions. And what works for you right now is not going to work for you in 50 laps, because the fast groove is going to be the top, and then it's going to move back down to the bottom, and then it's going to go to the middle, and then you're going to hit one of those patches, and then a lot of the grind marks are the opposite direction of the corner, and you'll go over some of those marks, and the back of the car will slide. So that this racetrack is so incredibly difficult to understand where you're at all the time, as you see Martin Truex Jr. underneath Ryan Blaney.
That's the second one that just went by him, and that's where the frustration comes from. At the end of the day, might just be down on grit, Kevin. He's tried it. I mean, he's back in the corner up, trying to save, trying to manage those tires, and they still blowing by him.
Well, he wants to fight Martin Truex as hard as possible, because the more cars that go by him, the harder it is going to be for Ryan Blaney to make his car any better, because his track position is going to get worse. You see a big move by Tyler Reddick.
Well, here's the second place car. He's trying to keep close tabs on that 24 William Byron, and he may. Well, he's all bottled up here.
He's got Truex hot on his tail, too. Mired in heavy traffic. This is an opportunity for Truex. He gets bottled up, lifts one time. Truex will be there to take it.
Well, and that's the really interesting part about this racetrack. We watched Ryan Blaney just driving around out there, lead the race, no problem, and all of a sudden it's like a light switch, and that's the way that this racetrack is, as the rubber changes and moves around, and everything starts to happen with the rubber on the racetrack. So it's a fun racetrack to drive, but also super frustrating.
102 laps complete, 18 to go in stage one, the shortest of the three stages here at Dover. We will take you Fox side by side.
All right, side-by-side commercial break on FS1. William Byron leads by 1.7 seconds over Tyler Reddick in second. Martin Truex Jr. 2.1 seconds back in third. Ryan Blaney still in fourth, 2.9 seconds off the lead, and Kyle Busch is 3.3 seconds back in fifth. That is the top five in the running order. Somebody making an unscheduled pit stop coming to pit road here, and it is Austin Dillon in the 3 car. So something has happened maybe to Austin Dillon's race car. He is in the pits. We'll have to monitor that when they come back from the break. Quite a few cars going a lap down over the course of this green flag stint as well. late in stage 1. Reddick got to within a second of Byron for the race lead, but then once they got into lap traffic, Reddick has not been able to keep up with the 24, and the battle for second has gotten tighter now between the 45 and the 19. Quite a few drivers going a lap down late in this stage. Lap car is going to be harder to pass as we get later into the stage, knowing a caution is on the horizon. 15 to go right now in stage 1. Just over 100 laps complete out of 400 today. 27 cars on the lead lap. Daniel Suarez is the last of which on the lead lap, and the first car lap down is Corey Hyman, 26th, making his Cup Series debut in the 43 car for Legacy Motor Club. Austin Dillon has moved to 2 laps down after his unscheduled pit stop. Kyle Larson now into the top 5 for the first time today as he gets by Kyle Busch for position. Larson continues to drive forward, now 16 positions gained for him. Denny Hamlin to the inside of Busch as well, trying to get another spot late in the stage. Todd Gilliland just coming up off of pit road as he's 9 laps down following his spin from earlier on. That is the only caution for incident so far today. That was all the way back at lap 38. This green flag run has been a little longer than 60 laps so far. So definitely the longer of the two in the race today. Reddick starting to close back on Byron again late in the stage. He went from 1.8 seconds back, broke out of that heavy amount of lap traffic he was dealing with, and all of a sudden is now within about 1.2 seconds of the race leader, William Byron, who's got a lot more traffic in front of him and some of the other drivers behind him. Hamlin still battling Busch. Busch way up, maybe a little too high that time. Out of the groove in turns 1 and 2. Denny Hamlin completes the pass. That's for 6th. Bowman is right there, also lurking on Busch. Dillon comes out of the pits. He's got fresher tires, trying to get himself around all these other cars on older tires around him. And as I mentioned, Reddick broke free of that lap traffic. He has caught William Byron in a hurry. 99 of Daniel Suarez right in front of Byron, trying not to go lap down. The 24 keeps going to the outside to break into the clean air. The 99 on the bottom. Reddick slipped to the inside of Byron in the middle of the last corner, but couldn't stay door to door on the front stretch. And now Suarez widens his groove out. He goes to the middle line now. Reddick to the inside again for the lead and can't hang on. 3-car battle at the front of the field as Martin Truex Jr. is just behind these two. Byron chases his car way up the racetrack. 1 lane off the bottom for Daniel Suarez, gives a little bit of clean air on the bottom for the 45, who rides near the black and that asphalt below the concrete. Suarez to the outside, Byron to the bottom. Byron trying to get underneath the 99. Can't do it. Suarez is stubborn. He wants to hold on to the lead lap here. There are actually 27 cars on the lead lap, not 26. So Corey Heim and John Hunter Nemechek would be the next two on the tail end of the lead lap in front of the 99 of Suarez. Truex to second as he moves by Reddick. Reddick went up to the outside through 1 and 2. Truex slipped right underneath him on the bottom. An easy pass made. And one of the quicker cars, if not the quickest car in the field, is looking for the lead. Trying to get by Byron. Not quite clear off the exit of turn 4, but side by side at the start-finish line with 6 to go in stage 1. Truex at his home track trying to get the win here. Back-to-back seasons. Gets into the 99 of Suarez just a bit off of turn 2 as he gets to the lead and puts the 99 car a lap down. Suarez in the free pass position now late in the stage. And Reddick to the back bumper of the 24. Byron in the middle of 3 and 4. Truex pulling away. Ryan Blaney is now lurking, and he's trying to catch back to the 45 and the 24. He's got a couple laps still to try to get back into second or third here late in the stage. Larson only another half a second behind Blaney. Truex has extended his lead to 0.7 of a second already ahead of Byron, who remains in second. 4 laps to go in stage 1. Will anybody else go a lap down at the hands of MTJ? Truex to the back bumper, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. If he goes a lap down, then Suarez will no longer be in the free pass position in 28th place. Corey Heim, Carson Hocevar just in front of Nemechek. A little bit of a gap between them. I don't think Truex can get to them. but he definitely could get around the 42. Byron 0.7 of a second behind Truex. And he did get by, he has not gotten by Suarez yet. So there is still the 99 between the top two in the running order. Larson to the inside of Blaney for fourth as Larson has caught the 12 before the 12 was able to catch the 45. Spin! Keselowski's around. Cars dodging him in the middle of turns, it looks like 3 and 4. Looks like actually turn 2. Turns 1 and 2, Keselowski has spun. He gets the car rolling again. But we are under caution with 2 laps to go in stage 1. And it looks like Blaney does hold on to fourth right before Larson passed him. That's huge. That's a point. As we're going to end this stage under caution. Keselowski got to the inside of Noah Gragson for position. No contact. Car just slipped out from underneath him. Lost the side force. And Brad Keselowski goes for a spin.
Apart there, Clint. You could actually hear it on the in-car camera. And
it sounds like maybe a tire.
It sounded like it was coming apart.
All right, sounds like a tire issue then for Keselowski.
I think that when they get low like that, I mean, we might have to go back and listen again. Just listen in the sound. I think I can hear it.
I think you're hearing things. I think he got loose underneath of it. Hey, maybe. I can say this. That's my ride home, so I'm glad that you got to go and move forward.
Keselowski started the day 24th. He was running 13th at the time of the spin.
Yeah, a lot of times what happens when you get that worn out tire and get it down to the cords like that, the tread will actually start coming apart.
Ooh.
Yeah, you could hear that tire.
Deep into this run, that's when it was going to happen.
Yeah, and my hearing's not too bad. Maybe you should check yours.
So, Larry Mack, we had 72 green flag laps there from the first to the second caution. Pretty good indicator of how tires are holding up here today, would you say?
Well, yeah, I think all the crew chiefs really wanted to see this run. To your point, 73 laps ended up being about 70, but that would be splitting that final longer stage in half. That's 150 laps.
Right behind the Ford Mustang Dark Horse pace car, Martin Truex Jr.'s Toyota takes its 5th stage win at Dover, second only to Kevin Harvick's 6 stage wins here.
So William Byron still has not won a stage yet this season as he got passed in the closing laps of stage 1 by Martin Truex Jr. Truex goes on to win his 2nd stage win of the year and gets closer to Kyle Larson in the battle for the regular season championship. He was 15 points behind him coming in. He outscores him by 4 in the stage. So now as we run, the points lead for Larson is down to 11 over the 19. Truex still trying to go for that first win of the year to lock himself into the playoffs with the win, even though he does look good on points. We have had 7 different winners. If we have more than 16, he would not be locked in. And we saw a couple seasons ago where he finished, 3rd or 4th in the regular season standings, and he still didn't make the playoffs. So you just never know with him being 2nd. So looking to rack those points up here just in case he's not able to go to victory lane again later. A lot of pit stops still to go. Anything could happen. We've only seen 1. We'll have our 2nd set of pit stops as we're in the middle of this stage break. Again, the stage 1 ends, I should say, under caution here. After the Brad Keselowski spin. Keselowski was just outside the top 10. In fact, the only Ford that is in the top 10 is Ryan Blaney. Next highest Ford in the running order is Gragson in 12th. Keselowski was right there with him around 13th at the time of the spin. Gragson and Briscoe were battling for 5th on the restart, but they really started to fade on the long run. We saw Blaney's car starting to fade there in the second half of this green flag run before the caution as well. Fell from the lead to 4th, so the Ford's on the long run just not there. And again, for now the 11th week to start the season, I don't think a Ford's going to victory lane today. It's going to take a lot for it to happen. Blaney stays up there. Maybe he gets a good late pit stop. He has had good short run speed, but if it ends on a long run, I don't think a Ford's winning again today either. Martin Truex Jr., again, your stage winner, his 2nd stage win of the season. William Byron was 2nd in the stage. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Ryan Blaney 4th. Kyle Larson 5th. Denny Hamlin was 6th. 7th for Kyle Busch. Alex Bowman 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. getting the last stage point in 10th. So that is your top 10. Again, all receiving stage points, 1 point per position in the top 10 at the end of stages 1 and 2. And this was the end of stage 1 at lap 120. We will race until lap 250 to the end of the second stage. So a little past the halfway point will be the end of stage 2. Pit stops should be coming here any second. I'll let you listen into those pit reports. Here they come.
Dover, the Delaware Blue Hens, University of Delaware. Thought I saw the Towson Tiger here as well.
Oh, there he is.
Bottom right. There you go.
That's no tiger.
Oh, there was. There's
That's
the
the tiger.
And here's Jamie.
Well, Mike, Alex Bowman's pit crew is a group of young guys that have only been together a handful of years, all former athletes. And when it comes to pitting together, they tell me it's all about the brotherhood. Here's Team 48.
Donnie Tasser, front tire changer. Former University of Pittsburgh wrestler. This is my 10th season with Hendry Motorsports. 2021 Cup Series champion.
Andrew Bridgeforth, rear changer, Slippery Rock University, team captain, unofficially.
Brandon Greer, tire carrier, West Charlotte High School alumni, former Appalachian State linebacker. I've been carrying tires for 10 years.
Alan Holman, the Jackman, former Shippensburg University All-American linebacker and Defensive Player of the Year, part of the 405 Bench Club. And shout out to my mom. Hey, Mom.
Jacob Conley, fueler, former offensive lineman at Doane University, two-time Xfinity Series champion. Hey, kids.
That's fun.
Yeah,
It really is.
it is. That's a great time. And you're definitely not part of the 405 club.
5.
Yeah. What do you bench about 120?
There's the crew chief in his 4th season as a crew chief, second with Alex Bowman, engineered Martin Truex Jr.'s 2017 championship, and Kevin Hamlin is the spotter up on the roof.
That's always been my problem with the gym, Kevin.
What?
Weights are too heavy.
Yeah. Yep, you're right.
Saturday, baseball night in America. Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor, power of the Mets, against the Rays, or you'll see Julio Rodriguez and the Mariners take on the Astros. 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Pit time. We made some adjustments. Get them tires on. No mistakes.
Biggest movers, Chase Elliott up 20 spots, Kyle Larson up 16, Christopher Bell up 15. Off the pace, Michael McDowell down 21, Chase Briscoe lost 16 spots on that run, Austin Dillon 12.
That was pretty cool. Did you see the wedge wrench on his helmet? That's in the ready.
Jamie.
Tyler Reddick in the 45 told his crew, I don't know what to ask you for. I'm actually pretty happy with my car. Comes in from the 3rd spot. It'll be 4 tires and fuel. Meanwhile, the 48, you just met Team 48 as they go over the wall for Alex Bowman. He says that the balance is a little bit better that time, so there's just a lack of grip. Regan.
William Byron in the 24 car needs just a little bit of rear lateral security with the back of that car. It's sliding around too much. And Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car said he's just a little bit freer in that run. They're going to make a small adjustment to keep up with where they think the track's going.
Corey Heim in the 43 had gained a lot of spots, but they had to come back to the right rear tire to retighten it, so he'll give up what he gained on that run. Truex and Byron.
Whew, that's close.
Martin Truex Jr., stage winner at Dover. No surprise, but it's only stage 1 of 3 complete.
Pretty good first stage here. A couple lead changes. 4 different drivers led. All the green flag passes all passes for the lead were under green flag conditions. Martin Truex Jr., who has led just 10 laps in this one, currently a race leader after barely winning the race off a pit road on Byron by a nose there. Again, is out in front. Byron will be second on the restart. We'll have to wait for the leaderboard to update. I did go to the raw feed again on NASCAR.com right when the stage ended, and it is still down for the moment. So we'll have to continue to use FoxSports.com for a live leaderboard for the time being. It's not stuck in the pace laps anymore, but it's stuck at lap 40 for that first caution. And I've noticed that it is stuck. Yeah, it's still stuck at lap 40. So we'll continue to use FoxSports.com for right now. Again, stage 1 just in the books. For this upcoming restart, it'll be Martin Truex Jr., William Byron for row 1 more than likely, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick around row 2, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson around row 3. Row 4 is going to be Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott, AJ Allmendinger rounding out the top 10. Don't forget, fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2. So does our poll for who you think is going to win the race. 137, 38, 39. 139 votes so far. 36% of those 139 votes say somebody other than Byron, Busch, or Blaney will win. And 31% say Kyle Busch will still go to victory lane today. 18% saying Ryan Blaney, 15% with Byron. Truex leading the way after stage 1 and still, as of right now, to begin stage 2, is out in front. So he is a part of that other that leads the poll so far. So as we run, you guys look to be correct. You can change your vote if you do choose, depending on how the rest of the second stage goes. Again, end of stage 2, we will close it. 70 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys have not done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. On the road to 10,000 subscribers on the channel. And again, our goal for likes on the stream is 150. And we are just less than halfway there. Again, at 70 right now. So be sure to hit that like button. Should be getting to the race start here very shortly. Come back from the current commercial break they are on. Once again, the race is on Fox Sports 1 today. If you maybe are looking for the race on your local Fox affiliate, it is not on Big Fox today. It is on Fox Sports 1. Third Cup race to be on FS1 this year. We'll still see a few more on FS1 yet the rest of the season. First half of the year.
Analysis, opinions, and all the interviews we didn't have time to get on before we leave the air at the end of the race. Daniel Suarez and Clint Boyer will guest on Wednesday's show. Never know who's going to drop by. NASCAR Race Hub on FS1, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We are ready to go for the start of Stage 2 here at Dover Motor Speedway. Martin Truex, William Byron, Ryan Blaney out at the front of the field. And a great run by Corey Heim, substituting for Eric Jones. He got up to 24th, as there's what happened to Jones when a whole group of Toyotas piled up in turn 3 at Talladega, executing great pit strategy. And unfortunately, a back injury going to keep Eric out of today's race, and we're not sure for how long, but we want to check with him. How are you doing?
I'm good. I feel better really every day. That's positive. As long as I'm feeling better every day and feel like I'm healing up, obviously I think that's a good sign to get coming back. So feeling good and, obviously glad to be here supporting Corey and 43 group today and seeing them kind of steadily work forward here.
Well, I like the fact that you're here, Eric. And is there anything that you learned while you're sitting up on the pit box that you didn't know or look at a little bit differently since you've had a short amount of time to sit there?
Yeah, there's a lot of trash talk on the intercom that I don't really pick up.
Yeah, don't listen to that.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Channel 2 is never good for us drivers.
They trash talk about everybody, man. In the booth, on the track, they're
Hey, wait a minute.
I don't know, man. But, yeah, they've been good. It's been neat to see it from a different perspective. It's been a long time since I've sat on a pit box or watched a race really anywhere. So kind of neat to get a good perspective in a time where obviously I can't be in the seat and cheering these guys on.
Obviously just a huge hit. Take us back to that. I mean, unbelievable. You guys had the strategy. I thought, man, these boys are in the catbird seat. They're going to win this race. This was awesome, exactly as planned. And then it wasn't, and just such a huge impact.
Yeah, big wreck for sure. Probably the biggest hit I've taken, and just glad to be fairly unscathed. Obviously, I have to sit this week out, but, hoping to be back really soon. Obviously, coming up some good tracks for us in the 43 historically with myself in there. So, hoping to be back soon. Glad, up walking around, able to be here this weekend. I was pretty sore early in the week. So, like I said, feeling better and better, and hope to be sitting in that thing quick.
Well, thanks for joining us. Keep the headset on a bit. We'll check with you a little later here in Stage 2.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Eric.
Eric Jones, who's number 43.
Green flag back in the air, lap 130, as we have about another 120 laps to go yet in Stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside of the front row. We saw Blaney on the inside of row 1 in the last restart as the control car. 3 wide again, further back in the pack as they funnel off turn 2 at the front of the field. Truex is clear on the back straightaway from Byron. Continues to lead into turns 3 and 4 as they fight for the bottom lane in the early going of this run. Battle side by side for position between Larson and Hamlin is won by Hamlin from the top side of the track. Hamlin trying to take that momentum to the bottom to get underneath Blaney. Blaney with a late block getting into the corner holds on. Hamlin had to lift in the dirty air. Larson's right back to the inside of the 11. They'll drag race down the backstretch, and that battle is again for 5th. Alex Bowman just a couple car lengths behind them. Chase Elliott side by side for position with Kyle Busch in the top 10 as well. Larson and Hamlin still door to door. The longer they run side by side, the more those top 4 cars that are training on the bottom lane for right now in front of them will pull away. And almost contact off the exit of turn 2 and maybe more on the backstretch between Larson and Hamlin. Hamlin still on the top lane. Larson still on the bottom. Larson slides up. Not a lot of room off the exit of these corners at Dover. It's a very narrow exit on turn 2 and turn 4. And you're seeing that come into play here as this is an aggressive battle between Hamlin and Larson, 2 veterans in the NASCAR Cup Series. Martin Truex Jr. with a 3/10 of a second lead over William Byron here early in this stage. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, and Denny Hamlin in 5th for the moment. But again, Kyle Larson and Hamlin have been side-by-side battling for this position for a while. Neither one of them wanting to give it up, and every time they stay side-by-side, it's just allowing Bowman and Busch and Elliott behind them to just close. Whoever's going to fail to make this pass could be in danger of losing another spot. Hamlin nearly had the 5 card clear that time. Off turn 4, but Larson again is hanging right there. I mean, they have been side by side for a good 5 or 6 laps after this restart. Hamlin's widening his line out a lot more this time, trying to get a better run off the exit of the corner. And he's just still cannot clear Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell and Joey Logano are side by side for position, battling for 19th. Bell almost cleared the 22. Blaney's still the only Ford in the top 10. Next highest Ford in the running order is Chris Buescher in 13th place. Keselowski's running right around there before the caution, but of course lost some time. 3 wide. And Bell might have bounced off the wall in the exit of turn 4 because he lost a lot of ground to Joey Logano and Hocevar. Hocevar made a very late dive off the exit of turn 4 to take it 3 wide underneath the 20 and the 22. And we know 3 wide at Dover does not work out very well. Just mention how tight it is, especially at the exit of these corners. Christopher Bell lost a couple car lengths behind him. I thought Hemrick was going to slip by Bell after he had either lifted or scraped the wall. Probably lifted to keep it off the wall in the exit of turn 4 a couple laps ago, but Bell did hang on at least from losing more positions as he's in 21st. Truex extending the gap over Byron to about 5 car lengths or so. 10 laps into this green flag run to begin stage 2. Still a 6/10 of a second interval between the top 2 in the running order. Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman are running in a battle for position. Busch fired off well on the short run, got by Elliott, and now battles with the 48 and the 11. Bowman looking to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Alex getting a little out of the groove. I don't think it's widened out quite yet this early in the run. Trying to go up there, was slipping and sliding a bit, but kept the car underneath him. And surprisingly, didn't lose too much ground to the 11 in front of him. So getting into lap traffic, that groove is definitely going to start to widen out. By that point in the run, probably got about another 15 to 20 laps until that happens. Stenhouse fell out of the top 10 of the restart. A.J. Allmendinger back in after Stenhouse was in the top 10 at the end of the last stage, and A.J. was not. A.J. qualified there in 8th. Stenhouse a little bit further behind. So that position has also changed since the restart. But that is the only driver that was in the top 10 at the end of stage 1 that is not there now. The rest of them remain there. Some changing for position on the race start by a couple spots, give or take, between them. But Martin Truex Jr., who won stage 1, is still out in front of the field. 27 laps led for Truex. Of the 4 different drivers who have led today, it's the 4th most laps led. But if he continues to lead, he could end up leading the most laps of anybody who's led today very shortly. He's only about 17 laps behind current most laps led leader Ryan Blaney, who has 45. Again, Truex now at 28 counting. Full screen commercial break on FS1. We'll take our first ad break of the stream. We have gone pretty deep into this one without one yet. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so. We're halfway to our likes goal. We're at 76 right now. The goal is to get to 150, so we're one past halfway, still in the first half of this race, so plenty of time to get there, but be sure to hit that like button as soon as you can. Subscribe if you haven't already for more NASCAR content, live race commentary streams just like this every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, as well as the NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying streams. Troy, thanks for tuning in again. See you in the chat. See anybody at least new into the chat over race. Oh, no, never mind. Garrett, the NASCAR fan, thanks for tuning in as well. Imagine cars flip here again. Well, I really hope not. We had a car upside down last week, Corey LaJoy. Luckily, he was okay, and he is back in the car, of course, this weekend. There we go. 79 likes. We keep growing that up. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we'll take that first ad break, and then I'll let you listen into more of the actual race coverage on FS1 when they come back from their commercial break here in the first half of Stage 2. You're listening live on KRC. Jordan Kirby, thanks for tuning in as well. Truex wins, just rename it to Dover Truex Raceway. Back-to-back seasons. He's only got a few wins here, though. 3 of which coming since he started driving here for Furniture Row, I do believe. It'd be a second of the 3 races in the next gen, of course, back-to-back. His first career win came here. And that was back in his DEI days in 2006. Actually, he didn't win in 06. He won in 07 because it was the Car of Tomorrow race. So his win here was in 07. It's kind of hard to believe Bass Pro Shops has been with him really ever since his Busch Series / Xfinity Series days. No matter what team he's gone to. DEI. Well, really, the only team they didn't really follow him was Michael Waltrip Racing when he first went to Toyota. And then once he was back in a Chevy Furniture Row, they had him with a sponsorship. And then JGR. And once again, still having him under sponsorship.
The same distance apart every lap, but they all take different lines. Here's Chase Elliott. He was battling Kyle Busch when that happened, and I believe Busch got a piece of the wall as well. Busch just ahead of Elliott here.
Oh, yeah, you heard him left right before he pressed that hill, and Kyle Busch hit it, and he hit it too. So
a lot of times that happens. That car in front of you keeps the air outside, and you get in their wake. He hits the wall, you drive right into it as well.
William Byron coming back for second place against Tyler Reddick. They are 1.2 behind the leader.
Well, and we just heard Tyler Reddick. I don't need any changes to my car, and you see William Byron go right by him. So that's what I was talking about a few minutes ago. This racetrack is so finicky and so different when the sun is out and the shadows start coming in. It'll change even more. So it's an easy place to lose track of your car and not know why.
It's a lot like we saw that last run too. Byron's car takes off well, starts getting tight in the center of the corner, and that's when Truex and Reddick was able to capitalize.
Blaney in 4th after leading 45 laps earlier. And And that group we spoke of now headed up by Bowman. First, here's Regan.
Well, Mike, you see Ryan Blaney right now on Wurth, as you just mentioned. Not too bad overall, but as the run goes on, he had the trouble with the car in turns 3 and 4 in particular. Exit in turn 4, he is tight. When he hits the rubber, I know we've talked about that a lot today, but when he hits the rubber, it takes off and it's very unpredictable for him.
Well, that's been one of the big problems with the Ford is just to get the front end to change directions through the center of the corner. And when you get into a situation like this, you have a bunch of wheel into it, and the car just won't change directions to turn with the front end.
That's an aero balance, right, Kev?
Yep.
Kyle Larson started deep in the field for him, 21st. After winning here in 2019, he's 5th, and he's got a mirror full of Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, two drastically different lines. You see Denny running the upper groove right there, kind of that straight entry shooting up the racetrack. You see a different strategy of Alex Bowman here right across the bottom of the racetrack. Knows how to make that work. He's been to victory lane. Jamie?
That's right, Kevin. He won back here in 2021, and he's so happy to be back. This is his favorite racetrack. Had to sit out last year because he had a broken back. They've been working on this race car, trying to get him a little bit more grip, and happy with it. The more technical the track, the better for Alex Bowman. Keep your eye on the 48 before it's all over.
It's about 3/4 of a second behind Bowman will be Kyle Busch, pole sitter for today's race. Here's Regan.
Well, Mike Busch needed some adjustments after that first run. He's actually getting better. They feel like they're making gains on his race car. Still lacks grip overall with the car everywhere, primarily after 30 laps. After 30 laps, the car just falls off too much for him.
He led 33 laps from the start of the race. Chase Elliott still working his way to the front. Now, Elliott just ran his fastest lap of the race about 20 laps ago here. And completing the top 10, A.J. Allmendinger.
Great runs by these cars.
Only his 4th start of the season. Full-time in Xfinity, part-time in Cup this year.
There's another good run. Stenhouse right behind him. Regan, what you got?
You're right, Clint. A great run for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. so far. They moved up 6 spots from where they started. Right now, he's just a little bit loose off of the throttle and a little bit loose initially in the throttle. But when he goes to full throttle, he is raving about his race car. Says he has the most grip of any point in the corner when he's full throttle. And guys, we're on throttle here a lot at Dover. That's very important.
Yeah, funny that you say that. Not only does that Hungry Jack car make me hungry with pancakes on the side of it, but I saw him post a post of looking at data, so I snapshotted it and pulled up the data and looked, and I'm like, he was comparing himself to Kyle Larson, and I could see the blue line compared to the orange line was to the throttle way sooner. So it's interesting that you hear him talk about that because it was his car in the data and being able to put the throttle down really quick.
I saw you and Josh come in late for breakfast this morning, but you did get a waffle, right?
I did have a waffle.
Okay.
Yes, you exposed me here, Mike.
Starting to slip there, Kev. As retirement starting to settle in. Hey, don't forget you got to fit in that little kid's 5 card. Boy's pretty small.
That's right. If you missed it in pre-race at the All-Star race, Kyle Larson's going to be at Indianapolis. So who's going to practice the car for the All-Star race? Kevin Harvick in the number 5.
That's cool, man. I'm excited for you.
It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, no pressure.
Filling it all out. No pressure.
Yeah.
Definitely won't be able to use a seat though.
Not with that TV dad you got going on.
I saw Chris Buescher in 13th for Roush Finley Kozlowski. And here's Ty Gibbs in 14th. He was 18th at the restart and started the day in 19th. Had 5 straight top 10s to start the season, but hasn't had a top 10 since COTA in Austin, Texas. Austin Cindric completes the top 15. Started just missed the top 10 in qualifying. Started 11th today. Martin Truex Jr., last year's winner here at Dover in a Truex Brothers sweep of the Saturday and Sunday races. Could it happen again this year?
Well, so far so good. Truex won stage 1. He's got a 1.3 second lead now. And as you see, the raw feed is back up and running on NASCAR.com. So that is what we are going to use for our coverage the rest of the day per usual. We'll go through the full field running order here as we are in the middle of stage 2. Again, Martin Truex Jr. is the race leader. William Byron is second. Tyler Reddick third. Ryan Blaney fourth. Kyle Larson fifth. Denny Hamlin in 6th, Alex Bowman is 7th, Kyle Busch 8th, Chase Elliott 9th, and AJ Allmendinger is 10th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 11th, Bubba Wallace 12th, Chris Buescher in 13th, Ty Gibbs 14th, Austin Cindric 15th, Josh Berry 16th, Ross Chastain 17th, Noah Gragson 18th, 19th is Christopher Bell, and Joey Logano is 20th. Carson Hocevar 21st, Daniel Hemrick 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, John Hunter Nemechek 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, 26th is Corey Heim, and 27th, last car in the lead lap is Daniel Suarez. 28th, Michael McDowell, first car, 1 lap down. Justin Haley, 29th. 30th for Brad Keselowski after he had that spin at the end of stage 1. Zane Smith is 31st. Harrison Burton, 32nd. Jimmy Johnson, 33rd. Austin Dillon, 34th. Kaz Grala, 35th. Ty Gillen, 36th. And Ryan Preece rounds out the field in 37th. Preece still off the racetrack, by the way, after having to come into the garage. Was having issues with potential fires inside the race car, so that is why he is on pit road. Still sitting at 4 different leaders in this one, all led in stage 1, and all passes for the lead have been under green flag conditions. Martin Truex Jr. has now led the most laps in today's race with 54 laps led and counting. Ryan Blaney led for 45, William Byron for 36, and from the pole, Kyle Busch led for 33. Our 2 cautions today were at lap 38 and 117, both for incident. The stage 1 break, I should say, ran into the end of, we got to the end of stage 1 in the midst of the caution for Brad Keselowski spinning in turn 2. Had a right rear tire go down on him there. And then the 38 car of Ty Gillen had spun on the front stretch right off the exit of turn 4 after getting a little loose in a battle for 25th at the time with Austin Dillon. Dillon had to make an unscheduled pit stop at some point. That's why he is 2 laps down in 34th right now. That was in stage 1. And Ty Gillen, after that spin, is 11 laps down. And I'm sure he's got some damage to the underbody of the car as they had to drag it back to pit road after all 4 tires were flat. Lost several laps also in the midst of trying to get that car back to pit road under the caution. Safety crew is having a very difficult time trying to get that thing hooked up and had to take it the long way around back to pit road. 1.8 second lead down for Truex over Byron. He's growing it out about a half a second just in the midst of this full screen commercial break. Truex's fastest lap of the day was at lap 132. It was one of the first laps of this green flag run once he finally got that clean air on fresh tires with the lead. The other drivers who have ran their fastest lap of the race here in stage 2 would include Kyle Larson in 4th, who just passed Blaney, in fact, for 4th during this commercial break. Chase Elliott in 9th. Chris Buescher in 13th, Christopher Bell in 18th, John Hunter Nemechek 24th are the drivers who have ran their fastest laps of the race on this most recent restart. Kaz Grala, Zane Smith as well, but they're not on the lead lap like the other drivers that I just mentioned are. Should have green flag pit stops coming up fairly soon. I would imagine the midway point of the stage because of potential tire cording over the course of a 70-plus lap green flag run. This stage, by the time we went green, would be 120 laps, so probably looking at about lap 70, lap 65, lap 70, we'll start seeing some green flag pit stops, which is another 10 to 15 laps from now. And again, Martin Truex Jr. is your race leader. Quite a ways still to go in this one, a little over half the race remaining. And if we get those green flag pit stops on this side of the commercial break, of course, you guys will get to listen into those pit reports per usual. First career Cup starts at Dover for notable drivers. 3 former champions have done it. Kurt Busch in 2000, Matt Kenseth in 1998, and Bobby Labonte back in 1991 all made their first career Cup start at Dover. Ross Chastain actually had his first career Cup start at Dover back in 2017 as well. Chastain now a winner 4 times in the Cup Series, all with Trackhouse Racing his last couple seasons. Pretty good runs in the next-gen car, 2 wins in each of those 2 seasons, and so far winless this year, but came into this race 9th in points. Although he has not had a great run of things so far today, he's been outside the top 10 the whole time, so no stage points in stage 1 for Ross, and he's currently 16th. 2.6 second advantage now for Truex, really starting to get after it over the course of stage 2. He's working well into lap traffic, and he continues to grow the lead. Reddick got the second on Byron there for a little bit in the middle going of this green flag run, and then Byron got right back around him, and now there's about a second gap between the second and third place drivers of Byron and Reddick. And Kyle Larson has actually been the one to close in on those guys at the front of the field. Larson is only about 3/10 behind Reddick. And if we look at the lap times of who's the fastest on the racetrack, that last lap, Kyle Larson was actually the quickest. He was 3/10 quicker than Truex. So although Truex is in the lead and is growing the lead out, Larson is the quickest car on the track, and he is going to the outside of Reddick and looking for third. And Larson will clear Reddick off turn 2, an easy pass made in just one corner. Now going after that lap car in front of him. To the inside of Harrison Burton goes Larson. And that 24 car of William Byron's not that much further ahead of the front bumper of the 5. So a couple of former Dover winners, Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Larson, have moved through the field pretty quickly. Seem to be the two fastest cars on the racetrack. Larson quicker right now. Even that last lap after passing Reddick, Larson was a 10th quicker than Truex. So you get the 5 and the 19 march up with each other. I know Truex is dominating right now, but I don't know that he has the best long-run car. I think that might be going to the 5 of Larson. Side-by-side commercial break on FS1. Closing in on the halfway mark of this one. Should have the green flag pit stops coming up shortly, which is part of the reason why they probably went to a side-by-side commercial break. Again, green flag to the end of the stage. Lap 65 would be the halfway mark. We do have our first car on pit road. Allmendinger pits from 10th. Just leaving his pit box. And that might bring the huge wave of drivers in. Christopher Bell pits from just outside the top 10. William Byron, Kyle Larson are in from second and third place. So they're going to try to pit at least a lap earlier than the leader to try to gain some time there. Blaney, Reddick, Truex continue to stay out on the racetrack.
Green flag pit stops at Dover. Regan.
William Byron in the 24 car, just a little bit too free this last run. Needs some front turn now this run, a little tight. Jamie.
Kyle Larson made his stop. They made 4 tire adjustment. Balance pretty good for Kyle Larson as they continue to work.
Byron's car fell off the jack right there, Kev.
Yeah, the car fell off the jack on the 24 of William Byron in the midst of his green flag stopping because the left front tire wasn't on it. They had problems trying to get the jack back underneath the left side of the car. Byron loses a ton of time after a very lengthy pit stop.
Make mistakes, but these pit crew guys are right on that edge with these 9-second pit stops.
Ryan Blaney cycled through to the lead. He and Kyle Busch now on pit road. Ty Gibbs.
This is when you,
yeah,
this is when you don't want to have a speeding. This is when you don't want to have those guy over the wall too soon and have to come back to pit road because you will lose more time and probably a lap or two on pit road trying to make that correction of the penalty.
So holding out are Corey LaJoie and Daniel Suarez. They were at the tail end of the lead lap, and they are staying out, trying to catch a caution and trying to stretch this green flag run.
Well, one thing I noticed on that stop, Kevin, that 5 car's in front of the 19, your leader. Did it a little bit earlier. Don't know about the stop itself, but he definitely took advantage of that green flag stop.
Yeah, about 2 seconds of fall off over the course of that last run, so Larson pitting just 1 lap before Truex being 2 seconds off the lead allowed him to cycle in front of the 19, though he is a couple seconds ahead of him, so that tells me not only Larson gained about 2 seconds by way of just pitting 1 lap earlier than Truex, but also had maybe a 2-second faster pit stop, or at least had 2 less seconds on pit road than the 19 car, so either way, fast pit stop, pitted 1 lap earlier strategy, and the pit crew itself has gotten Kyle Larson to the lead, and he was running about a 10th or 2 quicker a lap than Truex at the very end of that last run. We'll see if the 19 can run him down in the short run here, only for Larson to potentially get back around the 19 before the end of stage 2, if it does run green the rest of the way. Corey LaJoie still your race leader, though, as he is out about 5 seconds ahead of Larson. LaJoie is the only car in the top 10 that still has to pit. Michael McDowell also has to pit just outside the top 10. Zane Smith in 16th would also have to hit pit road. So 3 cars still have yet to make their green flag stop in stage 2. Cars trying to unlap themselves as quick as they can before a potential caution. Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch will get around the 7. Ryan Blaney right there. He lost some spots on pit road, had a pretty lengthy stop too. Both Busch and Elliott cycled in front of him, and he pitted the same lap as Busch. Blaney was in 5th. And once LaJoie pits, it looks like Blaney's going to be back in 8th. He lost 3 positions. William Byron, who was in 2nd when the green flag pit stop started, is now 20th. So Byron has lost about, by the time these last 3 cars pit, he's going to lose about 16 positions on pit road in the midst of the green flag stops. And we are only 8 laps shy of halfway in this one. That's going to be very tough for Byron to get that track position back and get back in contention for the race win. Busch taking advantage of the short run, gets right around Chase Elliott. We know that 8 car's got good fire-off speed. That's part of the reason why he probably qualified on the pole. And he was able to hold on to the lead as long as he was at the very start of the day. Earlier into this tire stint, following the green flag pit stops, he drives past Elliott, gets back into 7th. Once LaJoie pits, he'll be in 6th. And of course, you got to factor in that he also gained spots on pit road with the issues that the 12 and the 24 had. Yeah, the pit crew was the reason why Larson definitely got out as far ahead of Truex as he did. About a 2.8 second difference in the overall pit stop between the 19 and the 5. And that is definitely the difference in why Larson is about a 1.5 seconds ahead of Truex right now, after Larson was a couple seconds behind Truex. Gained 2 seconds alone just by him pitting 1 lap earlier on top of that. So that was the start of the strategy, and then just a slightly quicker pit stop than the 19 was enough to beat him back out of the racetrack once everything cycled through. So once LaJoie pits, that's going to put Bubba Wallace into the top 10 for the first time today, and Stenhouse will move up a spot to 9th as well, as he was 10th at the end of the first stage. So good day there for Ricky. This has been one of his better racetracks the last several seasons. Jimmy Johnson still moving along here in this one. He finished Texas, which was good to see, and having a good run here. His 5th overall in practice. So maybe showed a little bit of speed in that second group of cars that went out, but said he felt he left a little bit out there for qualifying, but he's still running right around where his teammates are of Nemechek and Heim. Well, a few positions behind him, I guess. Johnson 3 laps down at 34th. Nemechek and Heim are 1 lap down, 26th, 27th. There are only 10 cars on the lead lap right now because LaJoie is still leading and has to pit yet. I thought it was a 5-second difference between the top 2. I guess it's 15 seconds, so Fox's graphic was wrong there. LaJoie's going to be leading for quite a while. We've seen coordinate tires after over 70 laps into a run, and we are around 70 laps into the run. So that is something to keep an eye on here. For Corey LaJoie, he should be pitting really at any time. Michael McDowell, who still had yet to hit pit road, did hit the pits. He's back at 17th now. And Zane Smith, still on the track, has not pitted yet in 22nd. But they are no longer on the lead lap. Christopher Bell in 15th going to get his lap back as he gets by LaJoie. Bell slowly lurking forward in this one today. LaJoie way up the racetrack, staying out of the way on the top. So the drivers on fresher tires race around him to the bottom. 50 laps to go in stage 2, and we are just past halfway home. Lap 201 of 400 today at Dover. Still just the 2 cautions for incident back at stage 1. Stage 2 has not had a caution yet. And still just the 2 cautions overall in the race as well today. I just really hope LaJoie doesn't have a tire failure with staying out of the pits as long as he has. He needs a caution on the strategy, but he can't be the caution. Otherwise, that'll just completely evaporate the reason why he's staying out there in the first place to catch yellow. So in the early going of this second tire stint in stage 2, after the green flag pit stops now, Martin Truex Jr. has closed the gap on Larson. He was about 2 seconds behind him when they first came out of the pits. Now he's within about 0.8 of a second of him. So we will see. Kyle Larson only about 0.7 of a second a lap faster than the race leader, Corey LaJoie. So LaJoie's going to lead for quite some time the longer he stays out. Now, the actual fuel window, you can go about 90 laps, maybe just beyond that. So if somehow, some way, LaJoie's tires were able to make it to the end of the fuel run, he could push it to a little over 20 laps to go in the stage before he has to pit, because we last went green with 120 to go in stage 2. So we ran about a dozen laps or so under caution. The Keselowski spin and then bleeding into the end of the stage. Joey Logano going to get his lap back on LaJoie in 19th. Gregson right behind him. Well, Gregson's really fallen off in this one. He was up in 5th place at one point pretty early in this race, back at stage 1, and now he's back at 20th. Say the same for Chase Briscoe. He's in 23rd, was also battling with Gregson actually for 5th on an earlier restart. Blaney, the highest running Ford, in 9th. The next highest is Buescher in 13th. Truex widening out his groove as he gets closer to Kyle Larson. Not running all the way up towards the outside, but in the middle. At last lap, Larson ran a 24 flat to Truex's 24.031. It does seem like the fall off in the tires kind of cliffs quite a bit when you get like really about 30 laps in the run is where it cliffs. I don't think the tires really wear out enough to cause more of a decrease in lap time when you get from like lap 30 to lap 60 or 70 in a run. It's just a matter of hoping that the tire doesn't cord and cause some sort of a failure. Because it can cord at a track like Bristol where the speeds are, 120 to 130 miles an hour getting into the corner and into the braking zone of a corner. But here, when they're 160 to 170, you're not able to hold on. That's why Keselowski had his spin he did earlier. Just not possible to hang on. Austin Dillon's coming in. He might have tried to run that out longer to try to get a lap or two back after he fell a few down on an unscheduled pit stop late in stage 1. Before Keselowski had spun, unfortunately. Advantage between LaJoie and Larson, about 5.5 seconds. And the advantage Larson has over Truex is about 4 or 5 car lengths, give or take. Tyler Reddick and Alex Bowman really starting to close that gap on Larson as well. Fastest car on the racetrack that last lap was Alex Bowman in 5th, 24.142, a tenth quicker than Larson. And Truex also just a few hundredths of a second behind Bowman's last lap. We're talking about Larson having a fast car in the long run, but Alex Bowman in the 48, his teammate, is also putting together some good lap times here as this run grows longer. And we get closer and closer to the end of stage 2. Still 39 laps to go in the second stage. If LaJoie is able to make it to the end of the fuel run, I think Larson will catch him before LaJoie has to pit. But how about Corey LaJoie getting a bunch of laps let in here at Dover? Surprised he's the only one that's trying this, probably because of the risk of the potential cording of tires. He gets 70-plus laps into the run like Keselowski had, but maybe they found something in their tires, realizing that, hey, we didn't really have much of a cording issue running the lap times we were running earlier, so we're going to try to run this long if it starts, and I'm sure this was a strategy call made by the 17 before the stage even began. 27 laps led for LaJoie. He's a 5th different driver to lead today. I don't know if he's going to get to Bush's number of 33 laps led, but it's a pretty good chunk of laps led, though, for LaJoie here in the first just over 200 laps of this race. Adds on to the season total. Pass for position inside the top 5. Bowman to 4th. Gets by Reddick on the outside. Reddick gets back underneath him through 3 and 4, but can't hang alongside Bowman on the front stretch, and Bowman remains clear, moves down to the bottom, taking Reddick's line away into turn 1. And Bowman now trying to go after Martin Truex Jr. for 3rd, which would be the eventual 2nd place position once the 7 cars either passed for the lead or pits, whatever happens first. Larson just 2.5 seconds behind him, so LaJoie's only going to lead for a few more laps. Hamlin looking to the inside of Reddick, really coming up out of nowhere over this long run is Denny Hamlin. 3 Toyotas now inside the top 6. Hamlin got alongside Reddick. Going to swing back to the inside of him again this time. Reddick may be fading over this long run. Could have made a wrong adjustment call. Kyle Busch is right behind the 45 of Reddick. Hamlin is clear for 5th place. LaJoie still leads, but the next car in line behind him is the 2nd place driver, Kyle Larson. LaJoie got really loose off turn 2 there. Not surprising, as old of tires as he has. He's running about 25-second lap times, as slow as we've seen anybody run today. Under a 150-mile-per-hour average lap speed, I should say. Average race speed of this race is 122.2 miles per hour. Very fast around a 1-mile racetrack, even with 2 cautions. We're guaranteed at least 1 more with the stage yellow. Ty Gibbs working himself forward. Oh man, big moment for Gibbs. He got really sideways underneath the wall. Has had to get way out of the throttle and was able to catch it before he made contact with the 23. Pass for the lead. Larson out in front for the first time today as he gets by LaJoie off turn 2. Managing a 6 to 7/10 of a second gap over Truex. Truex now underneath LaJoie through 3 and 4. So Larson out in front. He'll be the 6th different driver to lead and the 3rd different driver to lead in stage 2. Finally out in front after cycling ahead of Truex by way of the green flag pit stops. So again, Kyle Larson in the lead. Led this last time by at the line. So top 10 in the running order, Larson leads. Half a second back was LaJoie, who still has to hit pit road, the last driver to pit yet in stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. is in 3rd place, 0.8 of a second off the lead, soon to be 2nd. Alex Bowman, 0.9 of a second back in 4th. Denny Hamlin in 5th, 1.3 seconds off the lead. Kyle Busch is 1.9 seconds back in 6th. Tyler Reddick in 7th, 2.1 seconds back. 2.5 seconds off the lead is Chase Elliott in 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th, 5.4 seconds back. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 10. He's 6.6 seconds off the lead. Be sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Again, if you haven't already, just past the halfway point of the stream, we'll take our second ad break. You're listening live to the Wurth 400 at Dover. Easy Network, thanks for tuning in. JT, welcome in to the stream as well. Oscar saying Hamlin could park it. He's pulling for Truex. One of the faster cars on the field today for sure. Joy will pit in danger of losing a lap. Yeah, I mean, I don't think... I mean, he's going to definitely lose a lap when he comes on to pit road at this point. Even if he goes right sides only, I don't see him coming out of the pits on the lead lap still. And they definitely can't go 120 laps on fuel from the last time we restarted to the end of the stage. And I think LaJoie is actually on pit road as we speak because all of a sudden he's now back to 10th and he was just in 3rd a lap ago. So Corey LaJoie on pit road finally. Lap 223. Which means he was able to go about 93 laps on fuel. under green. 93 green flag laps on fuel for Corey LaJoie. That is worth noting. If we get a caution in a weird spot in stage 3, that LaJoie again was able to go 93 green flag laps. Bowman did get by Martin Truex Jr. during the commercial break. So now it's 1-2 for Hendrick Motorsports at the front of the field with 24 laps to go in stage 2. Brad Keselowski's slow on the track again as he tries to get back to pit road. He might have another tire going down. So 24 laps to go against stage 2 in this one. Kyle Larson is your race leader, but Alex Bowman is charging. Like Truex had one of the faster cars. It looked like it was Larson and Truex, and Bowman has really come alive after these green flag pit stops. Couple lap cars between the 48 and the 5. It was within a couple tenths of a second, and now Bowman's got to get back around a couple cars. Hamlin's starting to reel in on Truex a bit more as well. They'll be battling for third. Hamlin to the inside of the 19 on the front stretch into turn 1. And Denny Hamlin is going to complete the pass easily. Tried to get underneath the 42 as well, but couldn't stay there. Nemechek a lap down in the midst of the battle for the leaders. Nemechek, the first car, 1 lap down in 24, 23 on the lead lap. Keselowski's tire issue in turn 2, same spot he had one earlier. Was able to catch it this time and nurse it back to pit road. Kyle Busch back into the top 5. Maybe finding something as this race moves along. Started on the pole, fell out of the lead into the back half of the top 10 for most of the day since, but now back in the top 5 as he gets past Chase Elliott for that position. And they're not that far behind the 19 of Truex in 4th. In fact, the top 6 in the running order within 2.3 seconds of the lead. So the pack at the front of the field is starting to tighten up here as we get late into the stage. And now that there's no more lap cars between Bowman and Larson, we'll see if Bowman can really close that gap and have a shot to win a stage here. Bowman's only led 6 laps all season. I mean, Corey LaJoie under green flag pit stops has led more laps today than Bowman's led all year, but Bowman does have 4 top 5 finishes, which ties him for the most on the season with Larson and several other drivers towards the top portion of the point standings. Bowman not as high up in points as the other Hendrick Motorsport cars that are in the top 5 like Larson, Elliott, and Byron are, so a win could go a long way for the 48. He's the only Hendrick car to not win a race yet this season. So this would lock all 4 of them into the playoffs if Bowman's able to win today. After having just 2 of them in the playoffs last season, those being Larson and Byron. Of course, Elliott and Bowman both missed time due to injury last season, which definitely affected their chances of making the playoffs to begin with, but still be cool to see Bowman go to victory lane here today. Has not won since 2022. I believe the only win for Bowman in the next-gen era was at Las Vegas in 2022. Keselowski well off the pace. So leaders are mowing him down. $16 laps to go in the second stage. Commercial break on the horizon here on Fox Sports 1 side by side. Half a second advantage still between Larson and Bowman at the front of the field. Denny Hamlin sits in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Chase Elliott 5th. Kyle Busch is now back to 6th, so Elliott got back around him, it looks. Tyler Reddick is in 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th. In 10th place is Bubba Wallace. Ty Gibbs in 11th. AJ Allmendinger 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. 14th for Chris Buescher. Josh Berry 15th. William Byron 16th after that lengthy green flag pit stop. He was in 2nd at the end of stage 1. Ross Chastain is in 17th place. 18th for Joey Logano, Noah Gragson in 19th, and Austin Cindric is 20th. 21st is Chase Briscoe, Corey Heim 22nd, Daniel Hemrick 23rd, and again the first car lap down is John Hunter Nemechek at 24th. 25th is Daniel Suarez. He's also 1 lap down. Corey LaJoie, 26th after hitting pit road, I believe, is 2 laps down. Justin Haley, 27th. Carson Hocevar, 28th. Harrison Burton, 29th. And Michael McDowell, 30th. 31st is Jimmy Johnson. Zane Smith, 32nd. 33rd is Austin Dillon. Brad Keselowski, 34th. Kaz Grala, 35th. Ty Gillen, 36th. And Ryan Preece rounds out the 37-car field. Martin Truex Jr. has led the most laps today with 69 laps led. 47 laps led for Ryan Blaney. 36 laps led for William Byron. 33 for Corey LaJoie and pole sitter Kyle Busch. And Kyle Larson, who is currently your leader, has led 20 laps. Those are all 6 drivers to lead a lap in the race today. And we have had 7 lead changes amongst those 6 different leaders. 124.010 mile per hour average race speed to this point. 11 laps to go in stage 2, lap 240 of 400 total. Bowman within a car length and a half of Larson, looking for the stage victory. Larson widens his groove out to the middle to upper groove. And Bowman maybe a half a lane to a full lane off the bottom that time, but into clean air. Larson maybe going to the top, trying to take a line away here from Alex. Bowman continues to try to round the corners off better. Hold their tires this point in the run. These guys have about 50-plus laps on them, as they split the stage in half primarily for most of the field here. Larson picked up a little bit of time through 1 and 2 on Alex Bowman. In that last lap, Larson was about a 10th quicker than the 48. Eight to go now in stage 2. Denny Hamlin also within a second of the leaders at the front of the field. And in fact, Hamlin, that last lap, was the quickest car on the racetrack. Bowman was all over Kyle Larson for a few laps in a row. Then a car length and a half of him or so, and all of a sudden, Denny Hamlin looks to the inside of Bowman. Bowman going way up the racetrack. Hamlin is there. Side draft Bowman down the backstretch into 3. Bowman widening that groove out. Hamlin's going to be nearly clear off turn 2. Not quite. Bowman flies by him at the flag stand. There's a lot of heavy lap traffic not that far in front of Kyle Larson. I don't know if he's going to catch it before the end of the stage or not. If he does, that's going to give Bowman and Hamlin another shot to get to the 5. Larson was able to pull away a little bit from Bowman, and then even more so after Hamlin got to the inside of Alex Bowman for a couple corners in a row there. Hamlin then lost that battle, and Bowman continues on in second. Truex, who still sits at 4th, is almost 2 seconds behind the leader. And there's a lot of cars at the tail end of the lead lap that Larson is catching. And they're all running towards the middle to upper line, so Larson will have to run the bottom to get by them. Not going to have much of anywhere to go. He's in the dirty air. Hemrick looked to the inside of the 43, so even the bottom that time was a bunch of dirty air for the 5 of Larson. Jimmy Johnson in the mix as well. 3 lanes occupied in front of the 5 car of Larson, all with lap traffic in the way. 3 laps to go in stage 2. A half a second gap between the 5 and the 48, and the 11 is right behind the 48 as well, as they have a 3-way battle for the lead. Again, late in stage 2. 2 to go this time by. Johnson stayed out of the way of his former team, Hendrick Motorsports. 2 cars driving towards the front. Larson going 3 wide nearly to the inside underneath Hemrick and Heim. And these 2 are trying not to go a lap down to the end of the stage. But Larson will clear both Heim and Hemrick. Great job. And now the battle for the free pass position is on, as Hemrick is going to get to the inside of Heim side by side into 3 and 4. Hemrick going up the racetrack. Heim staying steady. Truex trying to battle back on Hamlin for 3rd late in the stage. 19 to the inside of the 11 in turns 1 and 2. It's the final lap of the stage. And Heim is going to get cleared by Hemrick. And Heim's going to have to try to cross him back over into turns 3 and 4, but he's not there. Won't be able to do so. Bowman's underneath the 43, so Daniel Hemrick will get the free pass at the end of Stage 2. Kyle Larson will win Stage 2 just in front of him. Alex Bowman second in the stage. Denny Hamlin did get by Truex for third, or held on to Truex, I guess, for third. Truex ended up fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5. So again, Larson, Bowman, Hamlin, Truex, Elliott, the top 5 in Stage 2. Kyle Larson 6th, Tyler Reddick 7th, Ryan Blaney 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. All those drivers receiving stage points for their efforts here in the middle going to the race. Once again, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. On the road to 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Still have about 149 laps and counting down to go. This final stage, 150 laps. The longest of the 3 stages. So we're almost 2/3 of the way home. See how many likes we have on the stream right now. We are at 88. 88 likes on the stream. Once again, be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Nathan Urich, thanks for tuning in. We'll close the poll. I'll wait to close it. I have to make sure my fantasy team's in. Should have done that late in the stage. It's tough when Blaney's in my garage. I can live with that. I was going to put him there anyway. Yeah, I'm all right with that. I didn't get to it in time, but I was going to have Blaney in my garage. Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Kyle Larson. My team there. And I probably could have gotten away with putting Blaney in ahead of Byron, but I really do think Byron is going to get back by Blaney with Blaney running in the back half of the top 10. And Blaney only had one more stage point than the 24, so I'm willing to live with that. He had more usages out of the 12 anyway. 178 votes, by the way, in that poll. And collectively, you guys have voted for somebody other than Byron, Busch, or Blaney to win today. And with Truex winning stage 1, Larson winning stage 2 is a very good chance that somebody other than those 3 win. Pit issues with Byron. Blaney's fell back. Busch has regathered himself to 8th. I think he has the best shot of those 3 to win today. Byron was my pick to win, but again, just lost so much track position with those green flag stops in stage 2.
Actually show up on time?
You know what for the better part of my career, I didn't like Kansas Speedway. I racing there.
Well, it didn't like you.
Hey, you're right. And in the last, since replay, but in the last, 3 or 4 years, I honestly, brag on it, and I think it's the best racetrack we have. These guys have been able to put on awesome shows there. Cannot wait to go back home to Kansas. Last night over there in the casino, he was happy with his car, disappointed in himself with his qualifying run, come all the way from 21st to the lead. But look down through this list. Busch is digging back up through there. Here comes Chase Elliott. Denny Hamlin slowly but surely getting quietly good. Stenhouse running in the top 10, in and around there all day long. Bubba Wallace is starting to creep into the top 10. Blaney's been there. These are, I think it's heating up, and it could come down to these pit stops. Mistakes being made are making the difference on this racetrack.
Well, you know it's going to come down to the pit stops. There's going to be somebody during this pit cycle that makes a mistake. We see it every time they come on pit road.
Well, the last one, that's how that 5 got the lead out of Truex. Lost it in the pits.
The final stage of this race is the longest. Here they come. Jamie.
Kyle Larson started 21st. There he picks that stage. Ring number 2. Said he's just managing out there. Says he wants a water bottle, but he said, I can push when I need to. So the car is good. No adjustments needed. Teammate the 48 of Alex Bowman said his car's pretty good. Up top, though, it's really hard on the tires, so he's been trying to manage. Regan?
Well, Denny Hamlin just a little bit too tight this run overall. Also felt like the rubber on the racetrack tightened him up too much. Small adjustment for him. And the 19 Martin Truex Jr., same thing. It was the rubber on the racetrack made his car go tight. They're not going to make any changes, though, for this run.
How about this, guys? I'll tell you, the move of the year, Alex Bowman. He backed out of harm's way. He got out of his pits ahead of the 5. Denny Hamlin came out. They were 3 wide, and the bologna in the sandwich was Bowman, and he just got out of there. Good for him.
Well, that's not the first time we've seen Denny Hamlin's crew put him in position, but he's in position, being the leader again.
Kyle Larson.
Wendy's Orange Dreams Go Frosty. This takes me back, man.
All right, so Hamlin inches Larson off of pit road to win that race. So for the first time today, now Denny Hamlin leads. A lot of comers and goers here in this one so far today. It's been a very fun race. A lot of green flag runs, a lot of passing for the lead under green, a lot of movement top to bottom, multi-groove racing today at Dover. Rubber being laid down with it being a much warmer day than what we had seen yesterday in practice and qualifying, and all the way through the Xfinity race as well. Hamlin is now the 7th different driver to lead a lap today. We have had 8 lead changes amongst those 7 different leaders. And the stage yellow was our 3rd caution of the race at lap 250. A 120-lap green flag run from pretty much the start of stage number 2 to the end of it. If it does go green all the way through the final stage of this race as well, then this will end up timing in to be an even longer green flag run by probably about 20 or so laps than what we just saw with this final stage being 150. But everybody will have to make one more stop yet for fuel purposes before the end of this race, and depending on how potential cautions lay out in the final stage, we could see more than that. But again, Hamlin won the race out of the pits. Larson was 2nd. Then Bowman, Busch, Truex, Elliott. Those will be the front 3 rows on the restart. Our goal again is to get to 150 likes on the stream. We are currently at 93. So into the final stage now. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys have not done so yet. Appreciate you guys sticking up for me in the comment section there. Ryan, yeah, we under 178 votes in the poll, but only 94 likes on the like counter. So we can definitely get to 150.
Well, I like Kyle Busch, and I know he's not a Gibbs or a Hendrick car, but Kyle Busch starts on the pole. You're going to see he's maintained a top 10 position all race long. Faded a little bit, you see, down to 11th there at one point, but 7th in the first stage, 6th in the second stage. Like I said, led the first 33 laps. Has that number 1 pit stop. They can get him in and out of the pits at the end at the right time. He might be able to get it done today, Shannon.
Last time a driver started on pole and won the race, 2010. Guess who that was?
I'm going to go with Jimmy Johnson because he wins everything in Dover, right?
It's a pretty good guess. Back to you, Mike.
All right, well, let's have a look at that near incident on pit road. They came out, Hamlin, Larson, Bowman. Let's show you how they got 3 wide coming down the pit lane when Denny comes out of his pits. Now, something's got to give here.
Denny squeezed it pretty hard. So are you backing up from the move of the year?
Move of the year,
Is that what you're saying?
I tell you, that could have been 2 or 3 wrecked race cars right there, but let's listen to how happy Alex Bowman is with his Hendrick teammate.
Much appreciated, 5 car. Dudes aren't going to give you today. You've just taken. You've done awesome. Drive like the rest of the race. Stay locked in. Come on, let's go. Evan, just let me drive the 3 car.
Oh, boy.
I love drivers.
So
That's that tension, though, you talked about, Kevin. The pressure is on with this guy.
yeah, they're going to hug it out.
Yeah, that's his spotter right there, Kevin Hamlin. And sometimes the spotters try to encourage you to do certain things, and you just don't want to hear it. And the car's going pretty good today for Alex Bowman, and now Kevin Hamlin looks mad.
All right, maybe it was just the move of the day. Will you let me have that?
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so far.
All right, Larson, Hamlin on the front row. Hamlin again won the race off pit road slightly. over the 5 and the 48 there. Busch on the inside of row 2 underneath the 48. I believe Truex was 4th out of the pits, but he'll take the outside of row 3. And Busch from 5th will go to the inside of row 2. Hamlin elects the outside lane for the race start. We've seen a combination between the Xfinity and the Cup race. Whoever takes the top or bottom just seems to be whoever gets the ability to launch first has been the one to capitalize off of it. Green flag back in the air. Denny Hamlin way out ahead of Larson, Busch, and the rest of the field here as they work their way into turns 1 and 2. No contest there. Hamlin leads by about 4 or 5 car lengths already into 3 and 4. And Bowman looking to the outside of the 5 of Larson for second place. Almost got there. Larson shuts the door. Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott battling for position. Blaney gets back by Chase for 6th. Reddick slipping backwards, and Ty Gibbs up into the top 10 for the first time today. Out of nowhere, Gibbs, no stage points today. Or stage 1 or stage 2, but he's up to 8th. Must have had a quick pit stop and gets a few more here on this restart. Stenhouse lost a few, goes from 9th to 11th. Josh Berry up into 12th. He's actually the second highest running Ford all of a sudden. Only 2 Fords in the top 16 are Blaney in 6th and Berry in 12th. Blaney really the only one with real speed all day. Had a few of them qualify up in the top 10. 4 of them actually started in the top 10 today, but only one has ran there the whole race. William Byron still mired back in traffic. Had that lengthy green flag pit stop in the middle of stage 2. He's still stuck back at 16th. Not been able to rebound into the top 10 yet. Cinder getting really tight off turn 4. Almost collected his teammate in a potential wreck. Dropped in line right behind him, though. And Chris Buescher looking to make a pass on Byron. Slides up right in front of him. Byron had to lift, and the 14 of Briscoe is going to get by the 24 as well. 2 more spots lost, and Willie B falls to 18th. While the other 3 Hendrick cars run in the top 7, including Larson and Bowman, 2nd and 3rd, and now Bowman backing up a little bit behind Larson, and Kyle Busch is all over him. Hamlin pulling away out to a 2-second lead already, though Denny has struggled on the longer runs compared to those Hendrick cars of the 5 and the 48 today, so we'll see. To get closer to the halfway point of this stage, if we stay green, obviously, long enough to get to that point. If the 5 and the 48 will start to run the 11 down a bit more. Still 135 laps to go in this race. Toyota, Chevy, Chevy, Toyota, top 5. Another Ford, then a Chevy. And 3 more Toyotas to round out the top 10. Toyotas have won on every racetrack 1 mile and less in length this season, both for exhibition and points-paying races. The exhibition race coming in the LA Clash where Hamlin won. And the only race that resulted in a Toyota not winning one of those types of racetracks was at Phoenix, or sorry, not Phoenix, it was at Martinsville where William Byron got the win. Hamlin has won 3 of those races, all of them though the short tracks, other than Martinsville, of the Clash in the LA Coliseum, Bristol, and Richmond. And the other 1 mile racetrack race win was for Christopher Bell. Bell hasn't been in the top 10 at all today, but remember he had spun in qualifying yesterday, not in a backup car. They repaired the back bumper of the race car before the start of the race today. Still had to start deep in the field, obviously, with the spin mid-qualifying lap. And he has gone from 33rd to 13th, 20 positions gained. No stage points for him. Just kind of scratching and clawing his way through the field. And we saw Ty Gibbs just get in the top 10 for the first time, so I wouldn't be shocked if Bell's able to get there before the end of the race. Larson really feeding his car way out to the wall off turn 2. Hamlin is running away with it right now. Largest lead I think we've seen today. 3 seconds between Hamlin and Larson. Not counting LaJoie's 15-second lead after the green flag pit stops, but largest lead in the midst of an actual just like restart or green flag run. Hamlin again 3 seconds out ahead of the field. even some of the leads we saw Truex earlier today, I don't think he got about 3 seconds ahead of him. Now he's laying down fast laps. Is he maybe not managing his tires as well? He's 0.2 of a second or more quicker a lap than everybody else behind him. Ran a 23.6 2 laps ago. That last lap was a 23.7. Larson back to a 23.7. Same for Bowman here. But if you go to the 100th of a second, it was a 23.7-1 for Hamlin to a 23.78 and a 23.75 for Bowman and Larson. Bowman a couple hundredths quicker than Larson the last lap. Go through the running order of the top 10 here, the 130 laps to go. Again, Denny Hamlin is your race leader. Kyle Larson is second. Alex Bowman third. Kyle Busch fourth. Martin Truex Jr. in fifth. Ryan Blaney sixth. Chase Elliott seventh. Ty Gibbs eighth. Tyler Reddick ninth. Bubba Wallace is 10th. We'll take an ad break here. Continue the live commentary coverage. You're listening live on KRC to the Wurth 400 at Dover. $99 likes on the stream now. We're one away from 100. Again, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Try to check the chat out as much as I can throughout the course of these streams. Things don't get serious till the last 50 laps. Well, I mean, they're serious the whole race, but I would say the over-aggression tends to set in much later in the race. We're starting to see it a little bit, though. We saw it on pit road. End of that last pit stop, we've seen some good battles side by side for positions. A lot of movement through the field in this one. It's been a pretty good race, I'd say. A lot of long green flag runs mixed in with green flag stop. Make it another green flag stop before the end of it. Everybody does have to pit for fuel one more time yet. Again, if we get multiple cautions in the final stage, we could see more than one pit stop by way of the tires. Again, they kind of fall off after about 30 laps, so they kind of taper. Get about 2 seconds of fall off in 30 laps, and then you don't really have much more fall off after that. Or maybe it's not the full 2 seconds in 30 laps, but it's a large majority of it. Maybe it's closer to a 1.5 to 1.7 second fall off in 30. And then the last 30 to 40 laps of a tire stint, you're only losing a couple more tenths a lap over the course of the second half of that stint versus the first half of it. Because, I mean, right now we've been green for 25 laps, and these guys have already fallen off about 0.9 of a second or more, depending on the driver, from their fastest laps of the race to where they are on this most recent lap they just ran.
Time for the Credit One Bank ones to watch. I would pick the rubber duck, but I'm told he's ineligible.
I'm going to the 11 car, Denny Hamlin. It's because, Kevin, last night at dinner, I told you, I think he called his shot. I picked Hamlin as your winner. I'm sticking with my guy.
Well, I'm going to go with Kyle Larson because he's made his way back up through to the front of the field, led a bunch of laps today, and I think by the end of this race, they're going to close it out.
I'm looking at pole sitter Kyle Busch. He's won here 3 times. As we said earlier, 9 times he's won a pole and won the race on the same day. And who needs to win more than Kyle Busch?
Agreed.
All right.
Well, we have some development on the racetrack. I can tell you that.
Go ahead. You can out me on this. Yes, I picked Martin Truex.
Look at this
I'm
guy.
a family guy, and Ryan won yesterday. Martin's trying to win for 2 in a row. But then the truck showed us this.
Not good. On the last restart, you can see Alex Bowman. He gets into Bowman pretty hard on the restart. Actually, really hard.
Ooh.
Right there. And it's messed it. There's a gap in between the splitter and the body front face on this car, Kevin.
Yeah, and usually when the nose and the splitter become separated like that, it's lights out because the car's going to get a lot tighter than what it was before. So I would say that that's probably going to be a bad deal for Martin Truex in winning this race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard fix too, right?
Yeah, you can't.
I mean, it's a lengthy pit stop. If you were able to, possibly put some bear bond on that and seal that gap, you're going to lose a lot of spots that you're not going to be able to overcome. That's not good.
Well, we'll have at least 1 more pit stop, Larry.
Bingo. You led me right there, Mike. I'm going to give you the one to watch. That's going to be, if this thing stays green, that's going to be the driver, the pit crew, the team that makes the right call, executes maybe what might be that green flag pit stop that will happen somewhere around lap 320 to 330. No mistakes, and maybe be the first one in there and get the jump with those fresh Goodyear tires.
That's been where most of the passes have been made today. Denny Hamlin got this lead Thank you, pit crew. Had to squeeze Bowman to get it done, but he got him out first. Now he's got that clean air, Kevin. This thing, it's exactly what these cars like. They like eating that clean air.
Yeah, we saw that pit crew do the exact same thing for him at Richmond to win that race. And when you give Denny Hamlin that lead, it's going to be hard to get it back. And he's put over 3 seconds on Kyle Larson.
Yeah, it woke that car up in a big way to exactly what you just said. As soon as he got that clean air, it took off.
Well, let's go back to today's Big Boost, sponsored by Bonds, and you can decide who did it best. Denny Hamlin came out alongside the 48 and the 5. Boy, you know, the spotters were yelling from the roof on this one. Finally, Bowman gave way, and Hamlin getting off pit road first. That's what got him the lead.
Yeah, and you watch that back right there, and Chase Briscoe he gets into his box really hard because he can see those guys right on his bumper, and it was just a matter of inches from the front bumper of Denny Hamlin's car to Chase Briscoe's car. But you got to push. We talked about it the whole race. These pit crew guys push, the drivers push, whether it's the pit road speed, the speed of the pit stop, whatever that is, it's right on the edge of disaster all the time.
And that pit stop for Denny Hamlin was the third fastest 4-tire stop recorded in the entire Cup Series all season.
Wow.
It's a great time to do it.
Good timing. Great timing.
But like you said, when they're that fast and this close on the edge of disaster, got to push it. That's where these races are won and lost in today's day and age. You said it, Richmond takes you right back to Richmond. Being able to beat his teammate Truex out of the pits. Went on to win that race. A little bit of controversy with the restart. Thank you, pit crew.
So you look on the scoring pylon at your top 8 drivers. 5 of them have not won a race this season. Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex all looking for their first win. So is our champion Ryan Blaney, and Ty Gibbs looking for his first win ever. Third fastest stop of the year. I'd say that rate's an attaboy and an introduction to Denny Hamlin's crew.
I'm AJ Rosini. I'm the front tire changer. Formerly an IndyCar tire changer for 2.5 years. Now I'm in the Cup Series with 7 wins.
Devin Euchre, rear tire changer. I started pitting cars at 18, and now I pit for the best driver in NASCAR.
My name is Dylan Dowell. I'm the tire carrier. I'm a former Cup champion, Xfinity champion, and Daytona 500 champion.
Joël Alexandre Badou-Boignon, Jackman, former Green Bay Packer running back. My first language was French.
Kenneth Purcell, fueler. 20 years on pit road with over 50 wins and 4-time consecutive champion with Jimmy Johnson.
Just love the varied backgrounds, how things come together here under crew chief Chris Gabehart. Chris Lambert is the spotter up on the roof for him.
Chris Gabehart is just such a, I mean, he's the leader of this team, and the things that he says are always encouraging, to the point, and he's just he's one of the best crew chiefs that's ever come through this sport, Clint. I think he's the guy that put Denny Hamlin back on track to get the most out of him, and he's just one of those crew chiefs that comes along every once in a while that can just put all the pieces together.
Cool guy, good leader, always forward thinking, and you heard it. Right, as soon as he got in that clean air, all right, clean air. Think about how your car's handling. Think about how to win this race.
$108 laps to go in Delaware in the Wurth 400 in Dover.
Once again, we are still at least one more pit stop out from the finish of the race. Denny Hamlin is currently your race leader, 3.1 seconds ahead of Larson. Quickly grew that lead out to about 3 seconds, and has kind of sat with it, fluctuating between a couple tenths here and there between himself and Larson in second place. Again, Larson 3.1 seconds off the lead. Alex Bowman is in third. He's already 4.6 seconds back. Make that 4.7. 4.9 seconds off the lead is Kyle Busch in fourth, so a little battle for third going on there. And Martin Truex Jr. remains in fifth despite the splitter damage on the restart after getting into the back of the 48, who seemed to have missed a shift. Truex is 5.8 seconds off of your race leader, again, Denny Hamlin. So you got Toyota, 3 Chevys, another Toyota, rounding out the top 5, Ford in 6th, another Chevy, and 3 Toyotas to round out the top 10. So half the top 10 is Toyotas. No surprise on this 1 mile and shorter racetrack. And still just the 2 Fords in the top 15 of Blaney and Barry. Barry in 12th, just outside the top 10. Take another ad break here. We'll have another one to get out after this. You're listening live on KRC. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We're still 44 likes away from our goal of 150. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Subscribe as well for more NASCAR content on the road to 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Managing the lap times, it seems like between 24 1s and 24 1s and 24 3s for Denny Hamlin out in front of the field. Just kind of varies depending on how much lap traffic he is having to deal with on that lap. We have just 22 cars on the lead lap currently. Corey LaJoie, the first of which a lap down right now. He had stayed out of the pits as long as he could, trying to catch a caution back at stage 2. The only car out of the race is Ryan Preece today. Had some issues with potential fire inside the race car, so had to pull into the garage. Couldn't get the car from not going into smoke inside the cockpit, and apparently never got that problem fixed and never got him back out of the racetrack again.
Maryland, always loved coming up here to Dover, was a great wingman, and he is today still very sorely missed by our entire NASCAR on Fox team. So let's dedicate this Dover, crank it up, to the memory of a great friend and colleague, Steve Burns.
Clear. By 8, back to the 54. All good. 9, 5 back, roll the pace. 4 back, 3 back. You're good for the exit here. They'll restart it for you on the bottom. Six, wounded, in third. Out of position. 6 is your slowest once it's all gets stuck behind 2 wide.
95 laps to go as Denny does Dover. Hamlin with a 1.8-second lead on Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, and Alex Bowman. Now remember Corey LaJoie, who was on a long-run strategy, stayed out when everybody stopped under green. He stayed out to lead 33 laps before finally pitting. It's going to work out okay. He is now in the pre-pass position. First car 1 lap down, and as long as Hamlin doesn't keep lapping Daniel Hemrick, Austin Cindric, and other cars at the tail end of the lead lap, LaJoie just might end up on the lead lap today.
Well, he's going to need a caution quick, Mike. Henrik is right on the verge, a couple seconds from going a lap down, so needs something to happen quick. Where do you go?
Well, like a few laps ago, we showed the damage on the front of the 19 car. As we were showing that, the team was actively cutting strips of Barabon, the tape, of course, that they used to seal that back up when they had an issue. Problem is, though, if this race continues to go green flag like it appears it's going to do right now, how do they take the time to get that on there? I don't know, but they do have it ready if they need to.
All right, so we are at 92 laps to go in this race right now. Denny Hamlin's lead's cut down to just 1.6 seconds as he furthers himself into deeper lap traffic. It is worth noting that Larson is cutting into that lead finally this point in the run. Whether that's because of lap traffic or Larson just managing his tires better. Hamlin got out to that giant lead, of course, and maybe Larson sitting back a little earlier in the run. But it is worth noting that the lead has been pretty much cut in half to where it once was. It was a 3.1 to 3.4 second lead at its most during this run, and now it is 1.6. So Hamlin is creeping in. We probably won't be seeing any pit stops until about another 20 to 30 laps from now. So how much further can Larson continue to gain? They are within the fuel window to make it to the end of this race, but I don't know that we are necessarily going to be able to go the rest of the way to the halfway point without a caution or without a pit stop happening. I feel like somebody's going to try to maybe pit with like 80 to go, which isn't exactly halfway into the stage. That's going to cause more drivers to pit so they don't lose too much more time. And we had seen cording of tires after 70 laps into a run. Now, granted, Corey LaJoie tested that theory in stage 2, and he went a full 93 laps on a fuel run. So, again, the fuel window is open to make it to the end, but when will be the decision for a driver to try to make it on the pit road, go for green flag stops? 22 cars still remain on the lead lap at this point in the race. Just over 2.5 hours from the drop of the green flag to where we're at right now, 122.9 mile per hour average race speed to this point. Kyle Larson is all of a sudden within 1.2 seconds of Denny Hamlin. 59 laps led for your current race leader, Denny Hamlin. The most laps led is still Martin Truex Jr., who has led 69 today. 47 laps led for Ryan Blaney with the third most. Kyle Larson led for 35 laps en route to winning stage 2. 36 laps led for William Byron. Pole sitter Kyle Busch has led for 33. And the same for Corey LaJoie. Denny Hamlin gets to the most laps led before Larson has a shot to get to the lead on him. Alex Bowman, meanwhile, has fallen to 5th. Truex even passed him despite the slight splitter damage on that 19. And speaking of slight damage, Tyler Reddick, who had contact on the very first pit stop of the race with Corey Heim, was looking to be probably the second fastest car in the early going of this race. Hasn't really shown that same speed since. He's still in the top 10, but back in the 9th place position. A lot of that running order between 6th through 10th has not changed at all since this restart, but top 5 has been rotating positions here and there. And now the gap is only 9/10 of a second between Hamlin and Larson. Hamlin ran a 24.608 that last lap. That was the slowest of any driver in the top 10. Hamlin's tires are fading at this point in the run. He may be one of the first cars to hit pit road. With that being the case, Kyle Larson was 0.3 quicker that last lap. He ran a 24.5 flat to Hamlin's 24.839. Even Busch ran a 24.9 that last lap as well in his lap traffic. Couple other 24.5s by Truex and Bowman in the back half of the top 5. Still sitting at the 3 cautions we've seen today. Our most recent was the stage 2 yellow at lap 250. 2 cautions per incident would include lap 38, lap 117. The lap 38 caution was Todd Gilliland spinning off turn 4. And Brad Keselowski spun in turn 2. Martin Truex Jr. on pit road. He's the first to make a green flag stop. And that will lead Hamlin, Larson, and many others in.
Kyle Larson made his fourth in the pit road, led 35 laps earlier, came in from his second spot. 4 tire stop here in fuel, Regan.
Denny Hamlin started this run off very good out front. His race car was neutral. As the run has been going on, though, it's been getting a little bit too free for him. They're looking for a good stop here to just keep him out front.
And Larson was able to
There's a lot of gap on the 11. The leader, Denny Hamlin, coming on to pit road, used him as a reference point. And passes him, leaving the pit box. There it is.
Well, that's exactly what we talked about, Clint. Where do you make up these positions? It happens on pit road, and Kyle Larson was able to get by Denny Hamlin.
So the cars that have not stopped: Bubba Wallace, Noah Gregson, Daniel Hemrick. Everyone else on the lead lap has been in, or is in now, with 81 to go. No surprise Truex was the first to pit because he needed repair as well as fuel and tires.
Yeah, and I think he falls off a fair amount as well with the way that he has to drive that car. So Kyle Larson, that might be the new move of the race, but now you see him in front of Denny Hamlin. So this is
Hamlin had that takeoff speed on that last green flag run, but again, Larson cycles to the lead in the midst of the green flag pit stops. Kyle Busch just pitted from the lead a couple laps after some of those other cars. Daniel Hemrick, Bubba Wallace, Noah Gregson on the racetrack. They are all on pit road just in front of the leaders. Stenhouse still has to pit yet. Larson gained a lot of time coming into the pits. We got a car slow. Back straightaway. Up in smoke. Cautions out in the middle of green flag pit stops. And it is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. who is wrecked.
Freaking 4 ran over on the way by. That sounded to me like spotter Tab Boyd for Stenhouse. That's a 322, fifth caution flag of the day.
Had such a strong run going. The top 10 all day long. Let's see here. Uh-oh. He's merging back on.
He did. Looked like he might have come up on the racetrack a little bit too quick. Yeah.
Too soon.
Self-cleaning banking on the straightaway sends everything to the inside wall. And boy, we're going to have to sort the scoring out because here we were in the midst of green flag pit stops with a lot of cars. One lap down.
My scoring showing the Hemrick still in the lead, yet to pit.
Stenhouse drives away.
Yes.
We may have, right this moment, only 7 cars on the lead lap. That will change as drivers that just pitted will take wave arounds as Hemrick has to pit. He was last on pit road at lap 255. Hemrick, Suarez, according to my sheet, are the only cars on the lead lap that have not yet pitted in this cycle.
Okay, you see all these cars in front of that 5 car. All these guys are going to be able to wave around here. Daniel Hemrick staying out there. That was a huge gain for them. Somebody's mishap is somebody else's opportunity. That opportunity landed in Daniel Hemrick's lap this time.
And that's why we were talking about the chance that Corey LaJoie was taking early in this race. This is exactly what would have happened if the caution had come out then. And now it's come out for Daniel Hemrick to be able to put himself as one of those cars on the lead lap and get that caution at a timely point.
So, Larry, most of these leaders only have 5 laps on their tires, and the cars that are in front of who will be the leader after Hemrick pits, will they just all wave around?
Yeah, but they definitely will all wave around. If you're a lap down, absolutely. But you know what, Mike? If you're Alex Bowman, if you're Chase Elliott, you're Noah Gregson, come get 4 tires. Because remember, if you take the wave around, you have to start at the back. So why not come in and get adjustments and get some fresh tires, even though you've only got a lap or 2 on your tires that's on the car? Nothing to lose.
I'm coming, Larry. Like I want some tires to fire off on this restart. So. I'm always biased towards 4 tires, though. So.
All right, Hemrick has pitted. Most of the rest of these cars stay out. Jamie.
And Daniel Hemrick had a good qualifying effort this weekend for this team. Started 14th. They stayed out there. Now they come down to pit road. Trent Owens on the call said 4 tires. You see the chassis adjustment. They said, hey, man, you actually look good leading up there. They said it's a good thing. You're pretty good.
On the 8-car, Kyle Busch coming down pit road. You see it right here. He had already made his stop. It sounds like they had issues, though, getting fuel in the car. It may not be full of fuel, so they were forced right here to come back down.
A break for Ryan Blaney. He will be the first car 1 lap down at the time of caution, so he will get the free pass. Get back on the lead lap. 2:76 to go. We're under caution in Dover for the 5th time. We'll take a break and sort this all out for you when we come back.
Quite a few drivers definitely taking the wave around as caution comes out in the middle of green flag pit stops, while Daniel Hemrick, who was the last car that still had to hit pit road, was on the racetrack. And whether that was intentional or not for the 31 team, it definitely panned out for him. There were only 8 cars on the lead lap when the caution came out. So Hemrick should restart in 8th, and then everybody that took the wave around is going to end up lining up behind him. There were a couple cars that pitted for fresher tires that are going to be right there with Hemrick, who also has fresher Goodyears. But there aren't that many green flag laps on the tires of those that just pitted prior to the caution. Truex pitted with 84 coming to 83 to go. The yellow came out with, 70? What lap officially was the yellow? Lap 320. Those with 80 to go. So, I mean, the drivers who just pitted for fresh tires are really only going to have about 3 or 4 lap fresher tires. Which I don't know that that's necessarily going to be that much of a difference. I think it was only worth pitting because they're only really losing a couple positions. Because, again, there were only 8 cars on the lead lap when the caution initially came out. Busch and Bowman were running 3rd and 5th. So for Bowman's sake, he's only going to lose 3 positions, taking on 4 fresh tires. Kyle Busch is going to lose 4 positions from 3rd as he came out in 7th. Hemrick going to be right there with him. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin going to be on the front row for this restart. Then you got Daniel Hemrick, Martin Truex Jr. up there, Chase Elliott, Noah Gragson, Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs. I believe are going to be the top 10. Now, Ryan Blaney got the free pass. So he might have came down and got tires too because he wasn't going to lose any track position. Blaney was the first car a lap down. He'll be at the tail end of the longest line of cars of those that took the wave around. Obviously, not everybody that was a lap down was able to take the wave around, depending on where you were on the racetrack. If you were ahead of the 5 of Larson but behind the 31, could have taken the wave around with Larson staying out of the pits. If you were a lap down and behind the 5, then you're still going to be a lap down.
So from a second standpoint, you go from here to the end of the wreck. The slope of the impact is absorbed by the car like this. This car is absorbed like this. So basically, when you hit something now, it's like it happens so fast. So like in a whiplash situation, it happens a lot faster because a lot of that impact is going through your body because the whip is whipped faster. Yeah. Is I guess one way to explain it.
Kevin Harvick breaks it all down for you on Happy Hour. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday, presented by NASCAR on Fox.
Fun stuff.
Stenhouse's day is done.
It's not fun.
Nope. That's too bad.
He was having a good run.
He will join Michael McDowell and Ryan Preece in the garage area.
Little champion bull rider J.B. Mooney on the back of his helmet. Pretty cool. Nod to the old man. What a stud.
So after all the waiver rounds, 16 cars took waiver rounds. Not all of them on the lead lap. We go from 10 to 20 cars on the lead lap now. And that includes the pre-pass car, Ryan Blaney. Chase Briscoe will be the first of 4 cars, along with Daniel Suarez, Corey LaJoie, John Hunter Nemechek, 1 lap down. Rest of the field down 2 laps or more.
On board with Brad Keselowski right here. He's had a tough day, and there is not a worse thing in the world to do than have to ride around at Dover, Clint, with your car torn up. My goodness, this is terrible.
Making laps. I'm glad he is. As I said earlier, he's my ride home, Kevin.
Chase Briscoe in the 14, one of those 1 lap down cars, pitted too soon. We'll restart at the tail end.
This is going to be big restart here. Who can outdo who? The launch. Whoever comes off of turn 2 with that lead.
The long green flag runs we've had today, this could be the final restart. Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin on the front row. Larson the control car, Alexi outside lane. These two have been restarting up towards the front of the field in late in races a lot over the last calendar year or so. They're going to do it again. Green flag in the air, they're rolling. Into turns 1 and 2. Pretty good launch by Hamlin despite not being the control car that time. Almost has Kyle Larson beat. And he nearly does, but there's a wreck on the backstretch. Wallace and Bell hit hard. Byron collected as well. Melee off of turn 2. Not sure how that started, but we saw how it finished. Couple cars hit that inside retaining wall pretty violently. Bell, Wallace, Byron at least involved. There could have been more. Waiting to see a replay of exactly how that started. 71 laps to go. And so much for the last restart. Hamlin did get out in front, though. Hamlin is going to be the leader. Maybe 3 wide. Byron got hooked, I think. Or, sorry, no, Wallace got hooked. Byron was on his left rear. I can't tell if Byron just got tight and got into him, or if they were 3 wide with potentially car underneath them and they ran out of real estate. The 24 definitely got into the left rear of the 23. Sent Wallace coming back down the bank into the racetrack on the back straightaway, where he piled into Christopher Bell. And Bell was already turned to the left towards the inside wall even before the 23 and the 20 made contact with each other. Yeah, Bell was getting hooked by the 24. It might have been a different car that hooked the 23 then. I don't know how the 24 was able to hook the 23 and the 20. It might have been a different white car that had gotten into Bubba Wallace, but whatever the case is, all 3 of those cars are torn up. They're in the garage, and their days will be done. It looks like Zane Smith. So Zane Smith was the one that got into Bubba. So Zane Smith gets into Wallace. Wallace turns down the track into Bell, but Byron had already hit Bell before the 23 and the 20 made contact. Bell was sliding sideways. And then once the 23 and the 20 hit each other, there was nowhere for Byron to go, and he ran right back into the 23 car again. That's where he got his significant damage. So 4-car incident. Zane Smith, who started it, though, is going to be the one to continue on. And Daniel Suarez in 20th place will get the free pass to get back on the lead lap for the first time since stage 1 today. Again, Suarez back on the lead lap, and all those drivers that ended up taking the wave around there will benefit, because if they want to take fresh tires, they can now. Less than a lap after the restart. Got to be frustration there for all 3 of those guys. They were just outside the top 10, but just inside the top 15. They were part of the drivers that took the wave around. Zane Smith was actually a few laps down when he had started the incident, but again, because those drivers took the wave around, they had to line up behind everybody that didn't take the wave around, who was multiple laps down, and that's part of why they were all bunched together with the fast cars mixed in with the slower cars there at the tail end of the field. And all that transpires at once into what you just saw, which was a crash off of turn 2. Couldn't see anything out of Bell's car. Bell never really had a chance to miss it. I mean, he was going to the inside, seeing the 23 was coming down the track. Tough to tell if he was going to beat him or not, but Bell obviously got tagged by Byron before he had a chance to miss the spinning 23 car of Wallace. All 3 of those cars that were involved in that crash are going to be done for the day. The 24 of Byron, the 23 of Wallace, and the 20 of Bell are all out. Second week in a row that Wallace and Bell will be DNF from a race and finish outside the top 30. The 2 Byron fans are leaving. Their favorite driver's done. They're like, oh, let's just pack up and go home now. Had a couple Byron fans leaving. There's still 68 laps to go. I mean, even if, like, granted, I'm a huge, NASCAR fan, and I'm a Ryan Blaney fan. If Ryan Blaney wrecks out of a race, I'm still staying there to the finish. I'm not leaving early. No matter how heartbreaking of a way it might end. That's even I mean, granted, technically I'm a content creator now, but that's even before then. I've seen Blaney crash out of a couple of races. I thought he had at least a good run going. Definitely stinks to see. So again, at the front of the field, Denny Hamlin gets another good restart. This time, even with Larson being the control car, Hamlin gets out in front of him. And that's the first time in this Cup race today that we've actually seen a driver who wasn't the control car in the restart come out with the lead. Hamlin wasn't completely clear of Larson on the back straightaway, but he was clear enough that when the caution came out, Hamlin was clearly ahead at the last time in scoring loop. We get any interviews from the three drivers that were taken out of this most recent incident as a result of this last wreck. You guys will get to listen into those interviews with Bell, Wallace, and/or Byron. But they're on their way to the infield care center for right now. So again, up at the front of the field for this next restart, you got Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., Noah Gragson are up there. Chase Elliott, and Daniel Hemrick. Not sure how Gragson got the fourth exactly, but he's up there. I almost wonder if he might have been on the lead lap and also had not pitted like Hemrick, but I thought he did. Good for him, though. First time he's been back in the top 5 since really very early in the race after that first restart when he was in 5th. Qualified 5th, of course, had a good starting spot, but didn't get any stage points today. 12th and 19th at the end of stages 1 and 2. So looking to get a good race finish, as he's done several times already this year. Just a second full-time season in the Cup Series, although did not run all the races last year after getting let go from Legacy Motor Club in the probably 2/3 portion of the season. Got a full season of Cup Series under his belt as far as racing goes. When he was still full-time in the Xfinity Series, he ran a part-time schedule with Colleague Racing as well as Beard Motorsports on the super speedways back in 2022. And between the dozen or so races he ran there and the just over 20 races he ran last season with Legacy, he probably does have close to about 50 starts under his belt, as we're almost a dozen races into this season as well. Pit road is open this time by. I don't think we'll see anybody pit. I mean, we didn't even have a full lap. Maybe some guys that took the wave around will pit, but I don't expect anybody at the front of the field to pit, which is the case. Like Josh Berry's coming in from about 12th. Chris Buescher, Joey Logano in the back half of the teens. 15th and 16th are on their way to pit road also. All right, so 65 laps to go. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott, Daniel Hemrick at the front of the field for this next restart. Listening live on KRC to the Wurth 400 at Dover. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys haven't done so yet. We're at 109. Our goal is to get to 150. So again, be sure to hit that like button. We're still 41 likes away from our goal and still a little over 60 laps to go in this race. Subscribe as well if you are new to the channel and are wondering what this is. Got NASCAR content every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series racing. As well as NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying streams as well. I didn't do a diecast showing at the end of Stage 2. I apologize for that. It kind of dawned on me in the middle of Stage 3, and I just kind of tell myself if I get a good time to do that, I will make sure I do it. So here we go. Not our Stage 2 diecast showing. It's our 60 lap to go diecast showing at this point while we're under caution. Let me get the camera up and running for you guys. Camera is up. Get the leaderboard back in the background too. So today, because Jimmy Johnson is in this race, I got a Jimmy Johnson diecast. But also, because the Indy 500 is only a month away, is a Jimmy Johnson IndyCar diecast, not a NASCAR diecast. This is from last season, I do believe. Actually, or sorry, 2 seasons ago, not last season. Sorry, Jimmy Johnson from 2022 is the diecast. I got this when I went to the Indy 500 in 2022. But it is a Carvana number 48 diecast. These diecasts are bigger than the 124 scale NASCAR diecast I have. I don't know what the scale of this is. Whatever. Anybody that has any IndyCar diecasts, maybe let me know. What scale diecast this is. Because I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head, but these are just made bigger. They were all bigger than any NASCAR diecast I have. So the cases that I keep the diecast in, this is too big. This sits on top of the case. So this one, and then my Alexander Rossi diecast, they kind of collect more dust just because they're not sealed away properly. They fit in the box, obviously, they came in, but I still want them on display. So, but yeah, here is Carvana diecast again. Jimmy Johnson 2022 IndyCar diecast.
Martin Truex, Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott, top 5. And 18 lead lap cars, including Daniel Suarez, who got the free pass on this caution flag. Regan?
Well, Chris Parker, Chief for Denny Hamlin, you guys have done a nice job all day long. Seems like it's been a very tactical day for you guys. You got to back up front again now. Can you hold it for the rest of the race?
Yeah, what race isn't tactical anymore? You tell me which one it is, I'll show up. They're all so hard to win. It's crazy. It's third race at Dover, and we were so dominant the first one, and now you just got to have everything go right. But we finally got back to the front and stretch our legs, show what our car can do, and Big Crew's been doing a good job all day. We just got to close it out.
Thanks, Chris.
Purdue grad Chris Gabehart on the box for Denny Hamlin.
So true, though. Every single race is tactical, and those guys, they'll if they win this race, they'll go to victory lane, and the next thing you know, they'll be walking up talking about what they're going to do next week.
Ready for the restart. 62 laps to race. We chose the outside. Saw that. Green flag.
It should like twice the television side. That's hard to do. He's going to get clear of him, but
Chastain's been 3 wide on every restart. Passing cars doing it. There he goes.
he's going to lose another spot to Truex. Look at this, 3 wide.
10th place here.
These boys are going for it now. Big restart, for Chastain. 3 spots gained already, lap 1.
Yeah, and that's been where he's picked up the positions all day. So Gregson up on the outside right there, Chase Elliott fighting to keep the 4th position.
A huge top 5 for Noah Gregson.
Behind them, Blaney on the bottom, getting past Hemrick. Double wide. Pretty good way through the field here.
And you got Kyle Busch right behind him, just grinding it out, like we were saying earlier, Kevin. Not the best of cars, not exactly happy, but done a great job of making no mistakes and getting the most out of the day so far.
Yeah, and the car's never going to be right here. It's never going to feel great. It's always going to be up on top of the racetrack, bouncing around. You're going to go through sections of the race where it doesn't handle good, but that's going to be the way for the whole field. You just have to be mentally strong enough to sit in that seat and grind away.
Now let's go to the garage area. Jamie.
William Byron has been checked and released. Started this race third, was running up front, and now it's over. Your first DNF of the season. What happened?
Yeah, it sucks. We looked like the 23 got sideways or got hit in the left rear and came across the racetrack, and we were there. So it just sucks. Once we got the issue there with pit road, we were just super tight back in traffic, couldn't pass, and that was the end of it. So just hate that for our team, and wish we could have gotten through traffic better. Just kind of ruined our day once we got back there.
Marshall fall to 6th in the NASCAR Cup point standings. Leaving Dover. Ty Gibbs knocking on the door of the top 10 here. And let's go back to Jamie.
We talked about the loss before the start of the race, about that beautiful paint scheme, the Air Force on board, and you're working your way almost in the top 10, and now you're out. What happened?
I don't know. I can all just sit here and you have the long ride over here on a golf cart to figure out what you want to say. And I guess turning 30, gonna be a dad, you got to be more mature. So it's a bummer. Hate it for Xfinity US Air Force Toyota. It's not the result we needed. Back-to-back DNFs. Man, Moody said it perfect Monday. And I was pissed off and frustrated after Talladega. He said, hey, we're going to have to grind our ass off for Dover from practice to qualifying to the race, and it's not going to be pretty. And I don't think he meant that part. You know, the wrecking out wasn't going to be pretty, but we had to grind, and proud of the effort we put in every week. Just unfortunate, no results to show for it. But we'll just go on to Kansas, where hopefully we're not around any squirrels and we'll go kick their ass.
You know what happens when you hang out with the squirrels.
Yes.
I won't say it. Todd Garrett did on national TV. The problem for Bubba is he is 15th in the point standings, and he is just 6 ahead of the cut line as we look ahead to the NASCAR playoffs.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Stack up 2 bad weekends in a row. You get up underneath them in a hurry.
Yeah, and look, you know, Bubba has run well, and I think a little bit of what he's saying about Kansas, they expect to go there and have a chance to win the race. That's just been the case over the last several years. They've had decent cars, and you know, felt like he was trying to say that he was around. He didn't feel like he needed to be around the 71 car right there on the restart. So it's tough when those bad finishes start to stack up like that, and you're just having some bad luck. But like Booty told him, you have to grind away. You have to be able to just put it beside you and go on to the next one.
Well, and here's his 2311 teammate Tyler Reddick. 2311 has won 3 of the last 4 races at Kansas. Something to look forward to for Bubba Wallace. 50 to go, and then it's over and over. Denny Hamlin leading Kyle Larson by 1.4 seconds as we go Fox side by side.
About a 1.3 second lead for Denny Hamlin over Kyle Larson. That is the position battle between first and second. Martin Truex Jr. is now currently in third. Noah Gragson fourth. Chase Elliott in fifth. Kyle Busch in sixth. Seventh place is Ryan Blaney. Daniel Hemrick hanging out in eighth. Alex Bowman ninth, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. Ty Gibbs in 11th. Tyler Reddick 12th. Josh Berry 13th. AJ Allmendinger 14th. 15th is Austin Cindric. 16th for Joey Logano. Chris Buescher 17th. And Daniel Suarez in 18th is the last car in the lead lap. Chase Briscoe in 19th place, John Hunter Nemechek 20th, Corey LaJoie 21st, Carson Hocevar 22nd, Harrison Burt 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, Zane Smith in 25th, 26th for Corey Heim, Austin Dillon 27th, Jimmy Johnson 28th, Kaz Gralla 29th, Brad Keselowski 30th, 31st for Ty Gilliland, Bubba Wallace 23rd, William Byron 31st for Todd Gilliland, 32nd for Bubba Wallace, 33rd for William Byron, who is out of the race, as well as Bubba. Christopher Bell, 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 35th. Michael McDowell, 36th. Ryan Preece, 37th. So as of right now, 6 drivers have DNF'd to this point in the race. Again, a little less than 50 laps to go at the Monster Mile, Dover, Delaware. Denny Hamlin, our current race leader, has led the most laps today. 90 laps led for Denny. 2 stage winners, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson. Truex has the second most laps led with 69. He won stage 1. Larson, who won stage 2, has led 39 laps in the race today. Ryan Blaney's led the third most laps with 47 laps led for himself. 36 laps led for Byron before his departure. That was back at stage 1. Corey LaJoie and Kyle Busch each led in this one. Busch has led 34 laps. And Corey LaJoie 33. LaJoie's laps led were during the midst of green flag pit stops in stage 2. And those are all the different drivers who have led today, other than Daniel Hemrick, who was leading when the caution came out in the middle of green flag pit stops in this final stage. As he is now, I think, still on the lead lap. 21st, 1 lap down for LaJoie. Daniel Hemrick still in the top 10. His strategy working out for him, catching the lucky break with the caution at the right time in the middle of green flag stops. He was the only car that still had to hit pit road and still remains in 8th place, holding on to that track position. Average race speed is 116.33 miles per hour at this point, just over 3 hours past the scheduled, or past 3 hours after the drop of the green flag from this race so far. And we have had 5 cautions today, 4 of them for incident. The stage 1 break ended under yellow due to a Brad Keselowski spin at lap 117. Lap 38 was our first caution when the 38 car went for a spin off turn 4. The Keselowski spin with the right rear tire going down was turn 2. Had an accident on the back straightaway in the middle of green flag stops, as I mentioned, at lap 320. That was in the midst of this final stage. And that was involving Josh Berry and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Berry continues on. Stenhouse is done for the day, finishing 36 DNF. Just saw Kyle Busch bounce off the wall off turn 2 there out of the corner of my eye. So he tries to run down Gragson for 4th. But anyway, yeah, Stenhouse out. He tried to leave pit road. I should say exit off the bottom of the track, getting back onto the track off turn 2 after leaving pit road during green flag stops. He sideswiped the force, practically spun himself. And then the 4-car incident we saw in the restart following that off turn 2 as they were getting up to speed, as the 71 of Zane Smith had tagged the left rear corner panel of Bubba Wallace, spun him down the racetrack, also collected Christopher Bell and William Byron. So it's kind of the race update we have had so far. In total, we've had 9 different drivers lead at least 1 lap in the race today. We've had 13 lead changes amongst those 9 drivers. The majority of those passes were under green flag conditions in the first 2 stages for the lead. A couple of them on pit road and during green flag pit stops as well, maybe more so in the later stage of this race, in the final stage in late stage 2, compared to what we saw maybe as drivers were coming and going through the field. Denny Hamlin, 1.4 seconds still out ahead of Kyle Larson, trying to manage that gap. Largest lead for Hamlin today was about 3.4 seconds at the very beginning of the final stage after he had won the race off pit road to take the lead for the first time. And he's led a large majority of these laps in the final stage. Really, he's led every lap in the final stage outside of the laps that Daniel Hemrick led, with the caution coming out in the middle of green flag pit stops, and the very few laps led that Larson led under caution after he had won the race out of the pits on Hamlin during the green flag stops. Hamlin got back around him on the restart and hasn't looked back to this point. The very end of the tire stint, though, Larson ran Hamlin down, got to within a half a second, and the green flag pit stops happened. They pitted at the same time, but Larson's pit crew faster than Hamlin's allowed for Larson to get back out in front of him. So his race is not all said and done yet by any means, with 35 laps to go. Especially get above 30 laps into a tire stint. These guys had a handful of laps on their tires prior to the pit stop we ended up seeing. They pitted with about 83, 84 to go, somewhere in there. Not all those laps under green, but still going to finish this out with about 70 laps on their tires. So it's going to be about a normal stint that we've seen for a lot of these teams so far today by the end of the race. So how you've been on the long run so far is going to be about how you are here. And if you're struggling on the very long runs, you have to hold on for dear life, try to get the best finish possible that you can. Still very great to see a very good crowd on hand at Dover, I will say, this weekend. It looks like the front stretch grandstand's absolutely packed. I know a few people that are watching this stream or are regular viewers of the channel, I know, have Dover as their home track, are there this weekend. I've noticed a lot of you guys that watch the channel, your home tracks are Dover or Sonoma, I've noticed over the last couple of years. So for those of you that are out there enjoying, maybe listening to my coverage while watching the race, it's awesome. Hopefully enjoy the race out there. It's been a good one so far, I'd say. We'll see how it will go down the stretch. Larson about a tenth quicker than Hamlin that last lap. I should say about 2 laps ago. That last lap, Hamlin was actually about 17 hundredths of a second quicker than Larson. Now Larson about 6 to 7 hundredths of a second quicker than Hamlin. So they kind of flip-flopped lap times the last few laps. Emmerich's still holding out in 8th. The call to bring Bowman onto pit road hasn't worked out well for him. Gave up track position from 5th and is now back to 9th. And Busch, who was in 3rd, fell back. He would have restarted 8th 2 restarts ago. He has gotten to 5th. He's been right behind Noah Gragson for a large majority of this run. Just hasn't been able to pass that 10 car yet. Over a 2-second gap between 3rd and 4th. Truex and Gragson. Truex looked very fast at stage 1, but once the 11 and the 5, I should say, once the 5 got going and was able to catch up to the 19, he's been consistently ahead of him. This was before the damage to the splitter of that 19 car of Martin Truex Jr. I would imagine they've probably fixed it at least to a certain extent. With the pit stops or made adjustments to try to help accommodate for the damage on the front of his car, but it doesn't seem to be affect him as much as what we thought it could have from the naked eye and seeing the amount of damage that he had. Getting into the back of Bowman on one of the restarts. I believe it was the restart to begin the final stage. Bowman seemed to have missed a shift. Truex got into the back of him, and that's where the splitter damage came from. I believe this would be back-to-back top 10s for Hemrick if he could hold on today. I believe he had a top 10 at Talladega last week. You have to correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Good little momentum going for him. Pretty much been right around 20th most of the day before that. So a much needed good luck fortune with that caution coming out when it did here in the final stage. The first one for incident, which caused him to leapfrog quite a bit of cars in the track position running order. Hamlin catching to the tail end of the field here as he puts Austin Dillon another lap down. Dillon's had a couple of unscheduled stops today. Under green flag conditions in the first couple stages, loses another lap at the hands of Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson trying to put a charge on, and Larson is not increasing the gap, but closing the gap. So we get closer to the finish line of this one. It's down to about 8 to 9 tenths of a second now between Larson and Hamlin. At the most during this run, it was about 1.4 seconds. So a half a second or so gain for Larson over the last 10, 11 laps as Hamlin catches lap traffic, and now it's just a matter of who can get through the lap traffic better to the end of this race. Hamlin's got to be probably telling his spotter, hey, man, get these guys out of my way, and I've got it. And we'll see if that will still be the case. Maybe a little bit harder for Hamlin to get by the lap cars than Larson. Although the cars that they're passing right now, for the most part, are drivers who are already a lap down. Daniel Suarez is the last car in the lead lap, is in 18th. And he is the second to next car ahead of the leader, Hamlin. 22 laps to go. Kyle Larson trying to make this a race here to the finish with his on-track rival, off-track friend, Denny Hamlin. Larson again has closed about a tenth of a second over the last several laps. About every 2 to 3 laps, he chips away another tenth, another tenth. He's not that much quicker than Hamlin through this traffic, but just enough. Hamlin to the inside of the 21 of Harrison Burton. Puts him another lap down. Larson, meanwhile, in the same corner through 3 and 4, gets by the lapper of Corey Heim. One lap car between the top 2 of Burton. Burton on the outside, both Larson and Hamlin on the bottom. Larson lost a little ground, maybe getting tight in the wake of the dirty air as they both ran the bottom lane through 3 and 4. We'll do the same all the way through 1 and 2. Larson probably wants to move his line up, but can't with the lap cars there, and now finally clears Burton off the exit of the corner. Heim and Burton battle behind them. I believe they are actually battling for 25th and for position 3 laps down. Daniel Suarez, last car on the lead lap, right in front of Hamlin. Next driver for position ahead of Suarez is Buescher, who is 6 seconds ahead of him. If you're wondering why there's that big of a gap between those two, it's because Suarez had the free pass under the most recent caution. Therefore, he would have had to restart at the tail end of the longest line on the restart and not necessarily with the rest of the lead lap cars. So once Suarez goes a lap down here, it's going to be another 6 or 7 seconds of track time to get to Chris Buescher. And with just 17 laps to go in the race, I don't think it's going to matter. Larson now within a half a second of the race lead. Hamlin has to go to the outside to get by Suarez. Suarez will give him the top, but doesn't want to give him the bottom. Hamlin finally cleared him off turn 4. Larson going to have to go to the top to get by Suarez as well. Oh, man, Suarez moved off the bottom, and Larson had to go almost near the wall just to get around him. He was a little wider than he wanted to go there, although it did work out for him. He gained quite a bit of time. Hamlin's still around the bottom. Larson maybe found something. Through 1 and 2, goes wider through 3 and 4, and Kyle Larson is coming. 0.4 of a second back, and Hamlin stays around the bottom. Larson running near the wall is picking up speed, picking up time. Jimmy Johnson right in front of the leaders now. Larson doesn't go all the way near the wall that time. I think largely due to the fact that Jimmy Johnson was right there. It was working well for him, but now there's a lap car in the way. Johnson going to have to stay high and out of the way of Kyle Larson. Larson continues to try to gain on Hamlin. Larson clears the 84 through turns 1 and 2. Same for the 11. Cat and mouse game getting through the lap traffic. Larson not as wide through 3 and 4 this time, but does run a couple lanes higher than Denny Hamlin, who still wraps the bottom, trying to get as close to that asphalt as possible. Got a couple of fans cheering Larson on. Had their fishing poles out there. Larson's reeling him in. It's getting close. Yeah, still about a 0.4 of a second gap here between Hamlin and Larson. Larson way wider through 3 and 4 again. Larson definitely going to give Hamlin a run for his money. Hamlin staying around the bottom, staying consistent with that lane. He'll give Larson the top for the moment. Larson gets extremely close. It'll be interesting to see if Hamlin will shift his line if Larson gets to the back bumper. But as of right now, Kyle Larson got to within 0.4 of a second. Can't seem to get much closer. It's about 3 car lengths of a gap down the front straightaway into turn 1. Larson going wide, up near the wall, trying to find grip. Looking to get that rubbered in maybe for him a little later in this run. The outside will only come to him better and better as we get lap after lap in, and the rubber and the groove tends to widen out. Now Hamlin comes off the top. Or comes off the bottom, I should say, to the top. He didn't run as wide as Larson through turns 3 and 4, but he did go more towards the middle. Larson up near the wall a little wider. Hamlin didn't like that. He went back down to the bottom through 1 and 2 again. We'll see if he goes back off of the bottom through 3 and 4. He does not. He tried it for one corner. It seemed like Larson was gaining ground on him, so he goes right back to wrapping the inside while Larson wraps the outside. 9 laps to go at Dover. 400 laps, 400 miles, and an over 60-lap green flag run to the finish, and it comes down to a half a second difference between the top 2 in a battle for the win. More lap cars are in the way of the leaders. Larson couldn't go all the way to the top that time. Keselowski was there. Hamlin, Larson clear. Brad off turn 4, 8 to go. Just under 25-second lap times being ran. We are just a few minutes out from the checkered flag of this one. Truex 3 seconds back in third. Lap cars staying out of the way of the leaders again. All these cars that are in front of the 11 and the 5 are all multiple laps down, or at least 1 lap down. Now Hamlin in the dirty air in the bottom groove. Larson widens it out near the wall again through 1 and 2, looking to gain time. A lot of time gained for Larson that last lap. 6 to go at the line. And now the gap is about 2 car lengths between Hamlin and Larson. Larson again towards the top. Hamlin Not going to take his line away completely, but does come off the bottom. Last time Hamlin did that, it didn't work out well for him. Kyle Larson within a car length and a half of the lead. 5 laps to go this time by. Hamlin trying to take Larson's line away. But Larson's still there and still within about a tenth and a half. Larson goes to the bottom. Hamlin was there. Larson shifts his line in the middle of the corner. I don't think that really helped him. It looked like it hurt him. Hamlin might have gotten a half a car length or more back through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin just mirror driving at this point. Now Hamlin goes a lot wider than Larson did that last lap. As Hamlin gets by the lap car. Hamlin was quicker that last lap than Larson. 4 laps to go. Again, the gap between the 11 and the 5, about 2 car lengths or less. Hamlin has to widen his groove out because of the lap car on the inside. Larson runs more of the middle that time. Hamlin closer to the wall. Carries a little bit more straightaway speed down the front. 2.5 laps left on the back straightaway this time. Kyle Larson diamond cuts the corner off quite a bit that time through turns 1 and 2. We'll see if he does that again through 3 and 4. Hamlin way up the racetrack again through 3 and 4. Larson diamonds from the middle to the bottom, not near the wall to the bottom like he did in 1 and 2 the last lap. Now Larson goes all the way to the wall. Denny Hamlin into the middle. Guys changing their lines up corner after corner, not replicating what they do from one corner to the next. White flag is going to be in the air this time by. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Denny Hamlin has a 2 car length gap over Larson still to the start-finish line as he tries to hold on to Larson's last-ditch effort to go for the race win. Larson sails it off into turns 1 and 2. Ever since he got to within a couple car lengths of Hamlin, he can't get any closer. He's got one more shot through 3 and 4. Still about a car length and a half gap. Hamlin with the defensive line to the outside. Larson's not going to have a shot at it. And Denny Hamlin is going to win the air game down the stretch here at Dover and win his 3rd race of the season. 3rd win for Denny Hamlin. Margin of victory just over 0.2 of a second over Kyle Larson, who made it interesting as they worked their way to the checkered flag in those closing laps. Got to within 2 car lengths but couldn't get any closer. Martin Truex Jr. is going to bring it home in 3rd, 4.2 seconds off the lead. 9 seconds back was Kyle Busch with a top 5 in 4th, and Chase Elliott finishes in 5th. Noah Gragson with a top 10 in 6th. Ryan Blaney 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Daniel Hemrick still finishes in 9th. And Ty Gibbs will finish out the top 10 today. 11th place finish for Ross Chastain. Tyler Reddick 12th. AJ Allmendinger 13th. Josh Berry 14th. Austin Cindric 15th. Joey Logano 16th. And Chris Buescher, last car in the lead lap, in 17th place. 18th place finish. First car 1 lap down for Daniel Suarez. 2 laps down was Chase Briscoe in 19th. John Hunter Nemechek in 20th. 21st for Corey LaJoie. Carson Hocevar 22nd, 3 laps down. Also 3 down was Justin Haley in 23rd. Zane Smith 24th. Corey Heim 25th in his debut. Harrison Burton 26th. Austin Dillon 4 laps down in 27th. Jimmy Johnson 5 laps down in 28th. Kaz Grala 6 laps down in 29th. 17 laps down was Brad Keselowski in 30th. Ty Gillen 21 laps down in 31st. 6 cars DNF today. Those 6 being Bubba Wallace finishing 32nd. William Byron 33rd. Christopher Bell 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. 36th for Michael McDowell. And Ryan Preece 37th. 136 laps led for your race winner, Denny Hamlin. He led the most. Next closest was the Stage 1 winner, Martin Truex Jr., who led 69 laps. Our Stage 2 winner, Kyle Larson, led for 39. Ryan Blaney led for 47. Kyle Busch from the pole for 34 laps led. 36 laps led for Byron before his wreck. 1 lap led for Bubba Wallace during green flag pit stops. 5 for Daniel Hemrick. The caution coming out in the middle of green flag stops while he had not yet pitted. And Corey LaJoie led 33 laps during green flag stops during Stage 2. Gave us 9 different drivers to lead at least 1 lap in the race today. And we had 13 lead changes total in the race as well. 5 cautions, 4 for incident. 2 in the final stage, none in the second, 2 in the first. And again, that second caution for incident bled into the Stage 1 end. 3 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds total time on this race. We finished under a regulation length of 400 laps, 400 miles. In the Wurth 400 at Dover, our average race speed was 118.63 miles per hour. Hamlin has had an extremely long burnout. It is now done. He's climbing out of his car. His team is celebrating on the infield wall, and you'll get to hear from our race winner, Denny Hamlin, right now.
Chesterfield, Virginia's Denny Hamlin, 54 wins in 661 career starts. Kyle Larson is the bridesmaid.
Good day for him, all the way up from 21st.
And so he Reed Smith.
Denny Hamlin for the second time at Dover. We'll let Denny go grab the checkered flag. Second time at Dover, Denny, you come home victorious. End of the race. You're having to deal with lap traffic, a hard charge, and Kyle Larson behind you. How did you manage all that?
Just a great team. This whole Mavis Tires and Brakes team just did a great job. All the guys on the wall right here, we're the ones that make it happen. So thank you to them, Chris Gabehart, Lambert, the whole team for just giving me great cars. Joe Gibbs Racing, Toyota, Shady Rays, Coca-Cola, Jordan Brand. Man, just great partnership with all, and just, man, I love winning.
You managed to win the race off pit road at the end of stage 2 there. Was that the key moment that allowed you to really flex the muscle with this 11 car?
I think the key moment really was, Kyle did a great job executing on that green flag restart, or the green flag pit cycle. And then we were able to get the lead there on that restart, which allowed us, with the caution, to control the restart. So that was the key moment for us, and certainly feels good winning here at Dover.
You tied Lee Petty for 12th most on the all-time list today. What's that mean to you?
It's just fantastic. I mean, I couldn't hold Lee Petty's helmet, but I've been blessed with a great race team. This whole FedEx team, Mavis team, Sport Clips, everyone that supports this 11 car, just they're the ones that make it happen. I just get the lucky. I'm the lucky one who gets to drive it.
Denny Hamlin, your winner in Dover.
Say 50-50, Kevin.
And Kyle Larson brings it home second. Just heard Denny loves to win. It was a good battle between you two, especially the last 10 laps there, Kyle. But anything you could have done differently with your race car?
Not in the last 10, but just losing the lead on, when I got to restart as a leader. I went late in the zone, and Martin was trying to time it behind me, and he hit me right when I wanted to go, and it just, screwed up, and I got a lot of wheel spin, and he was out, able to kind of outrace me into one, and his car was really good on the short runs, and I could pace it and, get closer to him at the end of the runs, but it's just so easy to air block. Not that he was, doing anything dirty or anything like that. It's so easy as the leader, especially in a place like this, to just shut off the air on the guys behind you. And I knew when I got within 3 car lengths, he was going to start, moving around, and I just couldn't really do anything. I was trying all sorts of different angles and speeds and all that, and nothing could, generate enough speed to get, close enough, I guess, to do anything. So that was a bummer, but a great day, for our HinderCars.com Chevy team. Started 21st, drove up to 6th in the first stage, or 5th, and then got a stage win, another stage win, so that was good. Good points day, but we would have loved to get a win, but always fast here at Dover. Just need to be a little bit better on the restarts. I've lost a lot of races on restarts here, so just keep trying to get better.
Well done. Kyle Larson brings it home second.
Denny Hamlin's Toyota beats Kyle Larson's Chevrolet by a quarter of a second. Defending winner of this race, Martin Truex third, pole sitter Kyle Bish fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in the Wurth 400 at Dover. We'll hear from the Charlotte studio after this.
All right, so Denny Hamlin ends up getting the race win here today. We went through the full field finishing order so far, so we'll go into the fantasy lineup grid here in just a second. re-highlight who I had on my team and who our winner was for Dover in the Fantasy League. Went over all the big race stats here in this one. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. It is free to join. KRC League is the name of the league. You'll want to join for that. KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on league. I'll put the name in the chat here in a moment. Again, free to join, and you just need your email to sign up. KRC League is our league, so there it is once again. Waiting for the finishing results to get back up on the screen. My fantasy team here today had the 4th place finisher Kyle Busch, had William Byron, who ended up unfortunately DNFing today, so kind of wish I had him in my lineup. I probably could have put him there over Ryan Blaney. I thought he might have had a shot to get back in the top 10, and at that time Blaney was kind of slowly slipping back still. He was 9th at the end of the second stage, but ended up finishing at 7th, so I left some points in the garage there. Martin Truex Jr. finished in 3rd. Denny Hamlin won the race. Didn't have Kyle Larson on my team. I did have Tyler Reddick, though. Reddick finished 11th, so just outside the top 10 there, but scored quite a few stage points in this one. So overall, not too shabby of a day. Could have been better, though. As far as the head-to-head matchups, I had Reddick over Busch, and Busch ended up beating him. Had Chastain over Bowman. That didn't work. Had Larson over Elliott. I got that right, despite both having top 5s. And I had Hamlin over Bell, so got 20 of the possible 40 points there. And our live standings for today, Hercules Harrigan going to line up in P1 with 278 points. So 278 points. Again, Hercules Harrigan will be our winner for Dover this weekend. Dale 30 finishes in 2nd with 265 points. Zachary Ryan Ushila finishes with 263 points in 3rd. Troy the Great with 255 points in 4th. And Frank T26 rounds out our top 25 for Dover this weekend at 254 points. I finished in 10th place, tied for 9th, actually, it looks like, with Sauce Mafia and also Dylan Fan at 217 points this week. So, very good week there for our winner here this weekend. That is going to wrap up that portion of the stream. I mean, the only other thing that I have to really go through is the schedule for next weekend. So, while I'm waiting on that, I'll pull up some of the post-race while I dig up the start times for next week.
About losing the lead that way, but it's been really fun for me to watch Hamlin and Larson. They've kind of become this rivalry. We showed the moment they had at Kansas where we're heading next week, and the altercation they had there. These two seem to find themselves at the front a lot, and it was fun to watch it again today.
Yeah, we really thought there was going to be a closer battle maybe for that.
Just needed a few more laps.
Just a few more laps. Let's check in with the 3rd place finisher. That would be Martin Truex Jr. He's with Regan Smith.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. comes home in 3rd place. At one point during the day, looked like you had the dominant car, but then we saw the damage to the nose. Was that the difference at the end?
I mean, at the end, yeah. In the middle of the race, losing the lead was the difference maker. I just lost the lead to the 5 there, and once I got close to him and tried to start moving around, I got a little too tight, and he was backing up, and just didn't quite have what I needed to get by him, and then they all pounced on us, and we lost control of the race, and then I got the nose damage, so it was just, I feel like we let one get away today. Just had a really strong Bass Pro Camry. Just you can't lose control of these races mid-stage like that because the track changes and you get behind, and man, it just stinks, but overall a good day, and just keep working on it.
Thanks, Martin.
Of course, Martin's brother Ryan won the Xfinity Series race.
We thought we might get it again.
We did, and Martin...
All right, so the schedule for next weekend on the channel, the Xfinity Series is off. NASCAR Truck and Cup Series both head to Kansas Speedway. So again, Kansas Speedway next weekend, one of my favorite tracks on the schedule. It as far as pure racing goes, one of the better racetracks and definitely one of the better mile and a halves. But again, next weekend for Kansas, we'll have 3 streams then, 2 races. Our first stream next weekend will be Saturday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying. So again, practice qualifying next Saturday evening at 5 p.m. So much later, no morning stream next week. And that is because the truck race will be Saturday night next week. That is why the Cup Series action is much later on Saturday. So again, the Cup Series practice qualifying stream for Kansas, the Advent Health 400, will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Saturday. That'll be the next live commentary stream. Later that night, we will have Truck Series action for you. 8 p.m. Eastern will be the Truck Series race. And then on Sunday afternoon, next weekend, 2:30 Eastern will be the start of our Cup coverage. So 5 p.m. Eastern for Cup practice qualifying Saturday, truck race Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, and at 2:30 p.m. Eastern next Sunday afternoon at Kansas. Xfinity Series again is off. Appreciate all the support you guys have given me once again here this weekend by tuning in throughout the course of this live commentary stream. I hope to see you guys for next weekend's live commentary coverage. Feel free to leave a like on the stream if you haven't yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. And have a good rest of your Sunday night and enjoy the rest of your week, everybody. See you next weekend.